We'll go over and get it. Who am I looking at? You or Scott? Okay. We'll go ahead and call our budget presentation for 2021 to order. I've asked our Mayor Pro Tem to lead us in our pledge and Commissioner Smith to lead us in our invocation. All stand.
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for the opportunity to give us to come together once again, Lord, to take care of town business. Lord, tonight, you know that we'll be working on the budget. We pray that you'll give us wisdom, Lord, that in these unpredictable financial times that we find ourselves in, that we'll have wisdom as we make decisions that are best suitable for our taxpayers and for our town. Lord, as we did the other night, Lord, we just ask you to give the families of those who are coping with COVID-19 peace. We pray for the ones who are fighting the virus, that you give them the wherewithal to defeat the virus and to get well, Lord. And Father, I pray that you'll give our leaders from local all the way through state and national leaders wisdom, and give the medical people boldness and give them wisdom as they try to find treatments and vaccines for this disease. Lord, I pray that now you will just give us wisdom. Everything that's done tonight will be pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our town manager to begin our budget presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, board members. Tonight, we will go through the annual exercise of reviewing the draft FY21 budget. Followed by that, we will take a recess for a period of time, and then we will come back and I will present to the board the FY21 through 25 5-year capital equipment, projects, and new personnel plan. This will be both for the general fund and the enterprise fund this evening. And so with that said, we are going to jump right into it, unless there's any objection from the board, Mr. Mayor.
No, sir.
Okay.
We're trying to get all this done.
Yes, sir. Okay, so this budget presentation was prepared by a number of individuals involved, but the presentation tonight was prepared by myself, our Assistant Town Manager, Mark Matthews, our Assistant Town Manager, Jim Seymour, and our Finance Director, Joanne Crabtree. All of our department heads spent a considerable amount of time working to provide information that went into this presentation tonight. But the slides that you will actually see on the screen this evening were primarily prepared by the 4 people you see on the screen. Just as a reminder, related to our budget calendar. Let's see, is everyone on mute? Okay. Related to our budget calendar, We started with budget packages going to department heads on February 4th. The budget public hearing was held in this town boardroom on February 18th. Budget requests were due to the town manager on March 6th. We had a budget workshop originally scheduled for April 6th, but due to COVID-19 and social distancing requirements and our preparation for being able to be flexible and adapt to COVID-19 and the impacts, we canceled that budget workshop on 4/6. Tonight, on the 23rd, I am presenting the draft budget to you for your review and feedback. After tonight's meeting, I will go back and make any tweaks that I need to the FY21 budget and 5-year plan, and then I will officially present to the board the recommended FY21 budget and FY21 to 25 5-year plan on May 4th. From there, we will advertise that we will have a public hearing on June 1st. At the June 1st meeting, I will give an abbreviated presentation of the budget and 5-year capital improvement plan. The board will then be asked to conduct a public hearing that evening, and if you are ready, you'll be recommended at that evening to adopt the budget and CIP plan for fiscal year 21. Any questions about the budget calendar? Okay.
I think we're good.
All right. Being that there are none, we'll move forward. So this is just a summary snapshot. We're going to go into more detail regarding this information throughout the budget process, but this is a snapshot of the estimated or projected FY21 general fund revenues. Ad valorem taxes are projected to generate $18.5 million in revenue, and we'll go into how that's calculated in a moment. These are just a summary overview of the numbers, of the figures. Sales tax is projected to generate $5.7 million. Other taxes are $766,000. Unrestricted intergovernmental is $1.7 million. Restricted intergovernmental is $2.8 million. Permits and fees are $2 million. Sales and service, $3 million. Interest, $331,000. Miscellaneous revenues of $125,000. We do have some loan proceeds programmed into this budget of $1.5 million. We have transfers that are coming from other funds into the general fund of $2,278,000 for various projects. We have an appropriation of fund balance, which was a planned appropriation of $4 million, and a PAL bill fund appropriation of $181,000. There is no appropriation from our economic development fund balance. That would be a total revenue of $43,080,000.
Adam, you've made some downward adjustments on the sales tax.
We're going to get into those numbers in a future slide.
Okay, but you
Sorry, you went out on me, Mayor?
some
Yes, sir.
downward adjustments. Okay.
And if we could just take one moment real quick, Mayor, just 1 second, okay?
Yes, sir. We're having a few technical difficulties. But this is all new to all of us. So we're doing the best we can. And it's really been quite a great experience.
Okay, Mayor, I think I'm back ready to go again.
Okey-doke.
If everybody will just mute their mics, I'll be good to go back. Okay, so just as a reminder to the board, you may ask yourselves what goes into other taxes. Some examples of other taxes are vehicle registration fees and rental vehicle taxes. Additionally, unrestricted intergovernmental taxes, that's unrestricted IG. Those are revenues such as utility franchise tax, cable franchise tax, and beer and wine tax. Restricted intergovernmental, what makes up that 2.8 million? That's fire district revenue and POW bill funds and miscellaneous grants. Permits and fees of $2 million. Those are revenues such as building permits, sediment and erosion control, and other engineering inspection fees. And then sales and service, that $3 million is in large part sanitation and recycling, as well as parks and recreation and arts center registrations. So just to give the board an understanding and a flavor of what makes up those revenue line items individually. The next slide will provide a summary breakdown of, well, here we go, of our expenditures, okay? And you'll see two columns here. You'll see departmental request in the 21 column on the left-hand side, and then you'll see managers recommended. And so these are for the first 7 or so departments in the general fund: governing body, administration, communications. You'll see in some departments, my manager's recommendation is greater, in some departments it is less. Finance, engineering, public buildings, central services. And again, we're going to go into more detail. This is just a high-level summary. Moving on, information technology, human resources, police, fire, inspections, and streets. POW bill, yard debris, sanitation, planning and zoning, parks and recreation and cultural resources, the arts center, and then finally economic development, downtown development, support for other organizations, and we'll go into detail as to what that represents later in the presentation. And then these are, next few line items are things that we spell out differently so that the board and the public knows what is made up of these different line items. So new personnel, special projects, small equipment, capital projects, debt service, and then transfer to debt service. And we'll have a slide about what that $295,000 is in a moment.
Adam, can you tell us the difference in the capital equipment and the small equipment? I know there's a number that you use.
Yes, sir. So capital equipment is any item that is $5,000 or more. Small equipment are items that are between $750 and $4,999.
Thank you very much.
And so let me first start with other organizations' funding. As you may very well recall, last year, the board implemented a phased approach to phasing out the town's support for other organizations except those that are more or less contractual partners of the town. And so last year, we began to convey that information to a number of organizations that we have historically funded. This year, what we said to them, which was consistent with what we said to them last year, is that they should only make a request for 1/2 of what they made in the previous year. And then next year, the plan would be to phase out all with the exception of the Fuquay-Varina Chamber of Commerce and the education grants. And then, of course, if the board wants to have conversation about any of the other ones, but the plan all along has been to phase out our funding support of all other organizations. So this year, Military Missions in Action requested $4,500, which was half of what they were funded last year. And that is what's in my recommended budget. The Fuquay-Varina Emergency Pantry requested the same amount that they were funded last year, but consistent with what we had told them, I'm recommending 1/2 of 20, which is $2,500. FACES requested 1/2 of their previous year funding of $1,500, and I'm recommending $1,500. Interactive Wake County requested 1/2 of their funding that was given to them last year, and so I'm recommending $500. The Fuquay-Varina Arts Council requested $2,000, which is 1/2 of their previous year funding. That is my recommendation. The Out of the Darkness Suicide Prevention Walk requested the same as that they received the prior year, but my recommendation is 1/2 or $750. And the only two that I am recommending to stay at the current level are the two that we talked about when we originally began the phasing out plan, which is the Fuquay-Varina Women's Club education grants. And is everybody muted? Is everybody? If you can mute your, there we go, mute your mic. I'm getting feedback here. Okay. And then the Fuquay-Varina Chamber of Commerce that I'm recommending $30,000 consistent with last year. Are there any questions by the board?
Okay, Commissioner Harris.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to know the rationale for the significant decrease overall in this budget line item. Historically, it has been an effort to make sure that those volunteer organizations that help benefit the quality of life here in Fuquay to have some indication of support from the town. As far as the complete phase out, you know, I think that is something that I would not necessarily support, given the fact that the history of this process, and it has minimal impact on the overall budget. So the rationale for that would be a concern as it relates to totally eliminating this funding stream.
So
I just want to go on record with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Harris. One of the comments that I would have, I think this is part of a process, and some of these items are taken care of in their departments. I believe department heads are doing some things that they used not to do. Is that not a correct statement, Adam?
the only, and again, if everybody can mute while so the only one that is in part being addressed in its departmental budget is there was a previous request from the Fuquay-Varina Cultural Arts Society for the Cultural Arts International Festival. And that at the time, I think it was a year or 2 years ago, probably 2 years ago, the town board had said that you weren't necessarily comfortable because there was not a solid plan at that point for that event. So you weren't necessarily comfortable in directly funding that organization, but that you did see value in the international festival and that you wanted management to include funding in the Arts Center budget to allow for that event to occur. We did that last year. It was a successful event, and we do have funding. I believe it's about $2,000 or $2,500 in the Arts Center budget for that event in FY21.
And that's not included in this.
That is not. And so,
Yeah. And the other one that I noticed, the out of the darkness walk, we also allow them to use our facilities, and that's a free charge, is it not?
that is correct. We do host that event on town property, and we do not charge them for the facility or for the staff time that's required to set up and take down for that event as well. So yes, that is correct. I believe in years past they've done that event at South Park, but I believe that this year it's planned for Fleming Loop Park.
Yes, sir.
Adam, what does that translate to in terms of funds? What is the value of that?
I'd probably have to come back, Commissioner Gardner, with an exact number. I could get with Jonathan. I know we have record of that. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. It's very minimal. I know that our Parks and Rec staff, have some time involved, maybe 2 or 3 staff members and set up. They don't actually stay for the course of the event. And then they do come back to make sure that everything is sort of put back away where it needs to be. We have some public work staff that comes out and sets out trash cans and recycle cans. Perhaps we have a police officer or 2 that is patrolling the area just to make sure that from a traffic control standpoint, everything is okay. But it's very minimal cost from the town standpoint.
Is there a charge for reserving the facility?
No, there is not.
We have a charge for using the facility, and that's what it should be mounted against, because we're either going to charge or not going to charge. And there is a charge, I think. He has a standard charge for using the facility, and we waive that charge.
That is correct. And so, Mayor, back to, I guess, the question that Commissioner Harris raised, just to try to provide him a response to his question about the rationale or the logic. So the town is permitted under state statute to provide a grant fund to an organization if that organization is providing a service that the town could otherwise provide. So the Chamber of Commerce, for example, they provide a service to the small business community that the town could otherwise provide. However, we good? Are we still live?
We lost your audio.
So I'm off?
Sorry about that. We're coming back. Not. Okay. Sorry for the delay. We'll be with you shortly here.
Okay.
Okay, we're back with you. Sorry for the delay. Turn it back over to Town Manager Mitchell.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So Commissioner Harris, back to your question. So one part of this is what are we or what are we not statutorily permitted to contribute to? The second part is 2 years ago, we had a conversation at the town board retreat about beginning to curb back our participation in support of local funding. At that time, the board gave direction to me to begin phasing that plan out. And so we put that into effect last year by having a conversation with all previous applicants to say that if they had not received funding from the town in the previous year, that they would not be eligible to apply. And the ones that had received funding from the town, we were going to begin a 3-year phase out process. And so all of that was disclosed to these individual organizations at that time. And so this is just year 2 of that phase 3 approach of direction that management had received from the board to begin phasing out.
Well, I would think I would prefer something of this nature based on the discussion at the retreat. Something of this nature perhaps should have been put in an individual motion so that there could be discussion about it. I know in general at the retreat, we discuss a lot of different items, and in general, those items are accepted as a consensus, but for something of this nature that I think has such a great impact on the community, I think that that's something that would have been best presented in an individual motion to the entire board, mainly because of the history of this process, that it has been part of the message that we send to the community and to those volunteer organizations of our intent to make sure that we continue to support community efforts that are designed to enrich our quality of life. Certainly, we aren't in a position to do everything But I think the strength of our community has been those volunteer agencies and people who have donated their time, and to offer support to them, even minimally financially, I just think it's something that we need to consider, and not necessarily move in a direction where we totally eliminate any funding, because I think the backdrop of that is that it may send a message that we are not supporting community efforts, notwithstanding that are individual and are voluntary. So that would be my comment to that, Mr. Mayor.
And you might comment on it a little further, Mr. Town Manager. This is the second year of this, isn't it? This is not the first year. Did we not start this process in last year's budget?
We did. We started this process in last year's budget. We talked about it during last year's budget. And while to Commissioner Harris's point, we did not have a individual motion on the subject of cutting back or eliminating, eventually phasing out our support for other organizations. We did have that dialogue and conversation at last year's budget process, budget public hearing. And that was the action that was taken in the direction given by the board at that time. So that's where we are. That's why this is year 2 of that phased approach.
Okay, Joe. Well,
if there's no other questions from the board, we'll move to the next slide. Maybe. So just in summary, the FY21 general fund revenue to expense summary, where we started this budget process was at a deficit of $7.7 million. We did some tweaking to both expenditures and revenues. Now, you got to remember, when departments make their request, we do not have the benefit of knowing all of the budget projections at that time. So a lot of that difference was made up of more information at the time. We didn't, in reality, necessarily start at a $7.7 million deficit, but that is what it looked like on our system. It is important to note that both the department request and the manager recommended budget includes a 2% market adjustment, which is the equivalent of $296,481 for all of our employees in the organization. And then employees can earn up to a 3% performance compensation adjustment, which if the entire organization were to achieve that, which is highly unlikely, it would have an impact of $424,978. Just some additional budget highlights here. Again, I mentioned the 2% market adjustment and the 3% performance compensation. This budget does include 19 new full-time equivalent positions, 16 in the general fund and 3 in the enterprise fund. It also includes a 10% increase in health insurance premiums. It proposes a tax rate of 39.5 cents. This is 3.5 cents above revenue neutral. The 5-year plan, just to recall, the 5-year plan reflected a 2-cent tax rate increase that was adopted by the board last year. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. The proposed tax rate is necessary to add 3 additional police officers above the 5-year plan to address growth in call volume, improve upon officer ratios, and other new positions and capital equipment associated with growth, quality of life, and additional facilities. And I believe there's a slide later on in the presentation that will explain in detail what all of those different personnel and equipment items are that without the additional tax rate increase of 1.5 cents above the 2 cents that we were already planning, we would not be able to achieve. 1 second here. Switch slides. Just some additional budget assumptions. The tax base estimates provided by the Wake County Revenue Department. This is new values as of January 1st of 2020. The fiscal year 21 tax base growth is 19.8% after exemptions and appeals. 775 million of that is from the actual reevaluation, and 258 million of it is attributed to growth. This budget assumes a 4% reduction in sales and use tax from the fiscal year 20 budget due to continued economic impacts from the coronavirus in both Q1 and Q2. It assumes a 20% increase in budgeted building permit revenue, flat growth from the current year estimates. And so what this means is that in our current year, we grew by 20%. We are not projecting any more than that 20% for next year. We're projecting flat growth for fiscal year 20.
So you're saying that you think next year will be just as good as this year?
I think next year, based on our assumptions, will be just as good. Now, we have been growing, we have been budgeting at anywhere, hit mute if you will, anywhere between 6 and 8% a year. We're now backing that down to 0% from fiscal year to fiscal year.
But so simplifying it to me, I think what you're telling me is you think next year is going to be just as good as this year, which this year was budgeted at 6% better than last year. Is that what I heard you saying?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that. What I'm hearing out there right now is that there's a lot of fear in the housing industry market. I know permit submittals are high, but what I'm hearing is most of this is sold stuff, but all new inventories are not starting, no new starts unless it's sold ahead of time. I'm not going to pick this apart here out of the whole budget, but I would think that to think that next year will be as good as this year, and we have Corona going on, would maybe a little optimistic. That's my thought there on it for you. How much does that reflect in your overall budget, that dollar amount we're talking about? Generate. If I said, hey, Adam, let's do last year's actual or this year's budgeted versus this year's actual, what is the cost of it we're talking about anyway?
Make sure my mic is on. Okay, it is. So let me make a couple comments real quick. So pre-coronavirus, pre-COVID, the sales and use tax revenues were pacing at 6% above budget. Okay. And so in this budget, the effect assumes that sales tax next year as a whole to be 10% down pre-coronavirus. And this would be the end result if revenues were down 15% from July to December of 2021 and down 5% for the first 6 months of next year. There are no signs right now that we are seeing just in our numbers. I understand that you're in a different space where you're hearing things, but in the residential construction market, which continues to trend upward, if markets were to tighten due to the lack of available capital, there is some risk of impact on home sales and ultimately construction, which is the point you're making. To get back to your question of dollar impact, we are, it's a total of $2 million and a $43 million total revenue package.
But what's the difference? And if you said last year's versus, it's not $2 million, then that difference in what the revenue is. If you budgeted at what your current budget was versus what the actual 20% increase was, what's that delta number right there between the two?
It's about $200,000.
Okay. So which we have areas we have to watch, but in a $40 million plus budget, we're talking about $200,000, which becomes somewhat, it's a massive amount of money, but in that big of a budget, this is more of a rounding issue.
That is correct. And I've got another slide later on that will perhaps give some additional comfort to the board as to a plan for how we intend to address spending.
Any other comments on these assumptions from other board members? I think the coronavirus is going to be with us a while, and we're not going to see a immediate spring back from this, and it's going to be a process.
Yes, sir. Just additionally, this FY21 budget reflects a $4 million general fund balance appropriation, which is consistent with last year's adopted 5-year plan, and it reflects a $181,650 PAL bill fund balance appropriation. So while reasonable assumptions were made as to economic and fiscal forecasting for the 21 revenues, uncertainty still remains as to the extent and duration of revenue impacts. Sales tax distributions are received 3 months in arrears. Therefore, this budget is being developed without the benefit of actual March through April sales tax revenue data. And for these reasons, we are anticipating delaying hiring, large capital equipment purchases, and commencement of large capital projects in early FY21 until the revenue picture becomes more clear. So what we do not plan to do is come right out of the gate and spend. We're going to hold on, kind of see how the first quarter or 2 quarters of FY21 look before we open the gate.
Adam.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, like, and I'll just use the 3 police officers, for example, you're not going to be hiring those in July, is what I think I hear you say. And then we'll see how it goes, but you could delay them 3 months, 6 months, 9 months if you had to. Is that correct?
So I think we would evaluate, or I would evaluate which positions are more critical. 19 new positions. It may not be the public safety ones that we delay. It could be some other ones within the organization, but the goal would be to not just begin the hiring process July 1 for 19 new positions. However, there are some that are likely more critical to the service and operation of the town that we would let go as far as personnel first in terms of the hiring process. It takes time to hire anyway. Even if we began the process July 1 for law enforcement, it's likely not until August, September before you go through all the training and standards and background checks and all of that before it actually starts hitting your payroll.
Well, the only reason I make the comment is I just go back to my past life at the state. That's when we came out of years like this, we would just delay it for a while. And, you could delay it a month, 2 months, you could delay it 9 months if the revenues continue to stay down. I mean, I hate to delay needed positions, but that's usually a pretty quick way to make money if you don't fill those new positions.
And I think there are some positions, like you said, that we need to look at delaying. I don't know that police department is necessarily a department that I would be wanting to delay hires in of those 19 employees. You say it's total 3 police officers, or how many police officers? How many out of 19?
We're going to get to a personnel presentation in a moment, but there are 6 total in this year's recommended budget. 3 were included in last year's adopted 5-year plan, and there are 3 additional beyond those 3. Total of 6.
And I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm always want to see you police officers just from where I came from, but I just use them as an example that to me is always a way, if we get in a pinch, not hiring positions, we'll $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 per pop every time you don't hire somebody if we get in a pinch, which could come based on what's going on out here.
Exactly. We're monitoring it very closely, and if it does appear to be trending in a direction that's not favorable, we will respond appropriately and accordingly on the expenditure side.
In my opinion, we have variable options out there as we move forward, and certainly those are options for us. But Adam is approaching it, looks like to me, in a very responsible way, talking about the large capital projects and the other different areas without affecting our people's side. And I like that because we're growing and changing, and our police departments are certainly a very important one for us, and they're working extremely hard right now, but I agree with both of you.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Harris.
Adam, the March, April sales tax revenue data, I know because of COVID-19, a lot of that calculation has basically been delayed. Do you have any idea of the time frame for when that might be accessible to us, when they will send that to the municipalities?
Yeah,
I don't know that it's been delayed. It's just not reported yet.
Well,
Is
it's
that
actually delayed, but
yeah. So we expect that we will get that information in March, perhaps even leaking into April data sometime in the June timeframe.
in June, okay, just before okay, thank you.
So any other questions on these budget assumptions before we move on to the next slide? Okay, so just as a reminder, this is the list of Wake County municipal property tax rates. Currently, Fuquay-Varina is 43.25 cents. Just to give you some indication of where we stack up compared to our peers in the county, we have the 5th lowest tax rate, property tax rate in the county, only surpassed by Cary, Morrisville, Apex, and Knightdale. The top 3 are have a fairly significant commercial tax base, which helps to limit their property tax rate.
And all of these are FY 2020 taxes. These haven't figured any kind of increase in them.
That's correct. These are
reval or anything.
That's right. These are our current tax rates. I'll get into reval in just a moment, Mayor. And so, to the mayor's point, what this slide would demonstrate is if every Wake County municipality, except for Fuquay-Varina, went revenue neutral, and Fuquay-Varina went 3.5 cents greater than revenue neutral, we would be the 6th lowest versus the 5th lowest property tax rate, Raleigh having jumped us. Now, I do not know what the city of Raleigh is going to do. I do not know what every other municipality in Wake County is going to do. I do believe, just based on conversations with my peers at Holly Springs, that they will likely go revenue neutral, but they just did a 5-cent tax increase last year. And even if they were to go revenue neutral, taking theirs down to just above 42 cents, we would still have a lower tax rate if we went 3.5 cents above revenue neutral. I also, based on conversations with my peers in Apex, have no reason to believe that Apex will go revenue neutral. My expectation is that they will do something greater than that. It's also my expectation that Wake Forest will go somewhere between 3 and 4 cents above revenue neutral. They're bringing on a new fire service into theirs. And so there's going to be an impact to them for that. It's also my expectation that Garner would not go revenue neutral, since revenue neutral for them would mean a 10-cent change in their tax rate. And so this slide is, everybody on mute? Yep. This slide is worst case scenario of where our tax rate would be compared to our peers if everyone went revenue neutral and we did not. So you can see we're still in the lower half in the county, the 6th lowest, and that's likely not to be the outcome once everyone else is done with their budgets. That would be 3.5 cents above revenue neutral. Revenue neutral for us would be 36 cents. So even if we went revenue neutral and everyone else went revenue neutral, we would still be in the same position. Well, we're going to get to all the things that, and this has nothing to do with the fire station. The 2 cents, if you remember, is associated with debt service related to our transportation projects. The 1.5 cents above that 2 cents is what I'm recommending for those 3 additional police officers and other personnel and equipment, which I will get to in a later slide. Just some additional comparative data. This is if our current rate of 43.25 cents were applied to the new values. So we left our tax rate at the same, 43.25, but applied it to the new property tax values. The average single family tax bill in Fuquay-Varina would be $1,201, which I believe would be the 5th lowest tax bill in the county for an average single family home.
Yeah, this is the
43.25 cents. If we didn't drop it all, if we stayed exactly where we were, which is not what I'm recommending, this is what the average home tax bill would be in Fuquay-Varina compared to our peers. It's just a town tax. That's right. If we go to 39.5 cents, which is what I am recommending, and everyone else went revenue neutral, which is not, again, not likely to happen, but if it did, then our average tax bill on the new values would be $1,103. And you can see what our peers would be. I believe this would have us at 6th lowest. What's that?
Why do Wake County's numbers change so much based on your last slide? I was looking at the average tax bill in Fuquay-Varina in your last slide. I was thinking it was $3,700, and now it's 30.
My last slide, excuse me, was 1,201. Okay, and that's at 43.25 cents. And if we go to 39.5 cents, it drops to $1,103.
Why does, when you change those slides, I would have thought everybody's numbers stay the same and just ours change, but Wake County's jumped down by $400.
Because I'm showing everybody as revenue neutral except for us.
What did you show on the previous slide? That made that when Fuquay-Varina was 1,200, now we're 1,103. What were you showing when Wake County was 2,400, now 2,030?
The difference is real estate values.
Well, that's to stay equal across everything. Why is Wake County changing?
Wake County had a bigger revenue. Wake County had a bigger revenue neutral impact than the town of Fuquay-Varina did.
And the other thing I think it's interesting, you're seeing Wake Forest and Garner both move toward their own fire departments. Many of these municipalities, Wendell, I know, Zebulon, Knightdale, Adam help me a little bit here. They contract Wake County to provide a lot of their services. Some of them are fire, but some of them are inspections, aren't they, Adam?
That is, let me make sure my mic is in. That is correct, Mayor.
So there is a lot of difference still, but this gives you a good idea of what's happening across, Wake County. But with Wake Forest and Garner, which are both pretty good sized towns now, municipalities, most everybody will be moving toward having their own fire department that's certainly the size we're of.
Yes, sir. That's correct. So just some additional comparative data. If I can get my slides here to function for me.
One other comment that I would make is that Apex, Wake Forest, and I believe that's all Raleigh, have their own utilities.
Not Raleigh. Well,
Raleigh,
water and sewer, Raleigh has.
water and sewer, but they don't have electrical.
No, sir. Just Wake Forest and Apex.
Wake Forest and Apex maintain their own electrical department, which makes them, again, there's another little difference in what those tax dollars go to.
Yeah.
Even though they have revenue accounts associated with those enterprises.
Yes, sir. And so these next two slides are very comparable to the two before. The two before looked at what the average single family tax bill would be. This looks at the median single family tax bill, which is the 50th percent value home in Fuquay-Varina. So if we kept our rate at 43.25 cents, it would be $1,172. If we move it to 39.5 cents, it'll be $1,076. Looking at Wake County municipal vehicle fees, you can see Fuquay-Varina is at $30 along with Garner, Cary, Clayton. My understanding is Apex is moving to 30 this year, Morrisville, Raleigh, and you can see what the others are at right now.
Statute does not allow that to be any higher than that at this time, correct?
That is correct.
How much money does that generate? It helps us with stoplights, and we're putting all of this money back into transportation, I believe.
So I'm going to need to get the total number from our finance department report to you, but the difference between where we were 2 years ago and where we are, or where we were 3 years ago and where we are now, generates an additional $295,000. And that money was required or designated by the board to be set aside for future transportation improvement projects. And I'll show you later where we're doing that.
And many times that's about the cost of a stoplight.
That's a good comparative.
Did you say later you're going to show us how much money's in that account and what we're doing with that stuff?
Yes, sir. And so looking at some additional growth trend data that we look at, you can see here that for the fiscal year 2019-20, we have already issued, and this is not related to multifamily or anything of that nature. This is just purely single family home permits. For the fiscal year, we are at 656 through March. If we had 29 homes permitted for each month for the next 3 months, which is our lowest number really on this chart, I believe, we would still be at the 744 of our record year in 2015-16. So for our fiscal year this year, we are projecting to be about 100 more than where we were in 2015-16 at this time, or at the end of this fiscal year.
Manager, that's where I make my comments here. What we were talking about earlier, I think you're going to see April, May, June to continue on that track and be a banner year from that standpoint, because there's so much backlog and behind from existing contract sales, which are not falling through, but your new contracts is what's going away. And that's what I'm seeing. I think it come by the time new contracts catch up, July, August starts, we'll be way down at that point. But right now, they're continuing.
Yes, sir. And so again, we evaluate this to help us with our assumptions. You've got single family permit growth. We think we're going to be somewhere north of 800 at the end of the calendar year. Certificate of occupancies, we think we're going to be close to 900 at the end of the calendar year. Inspections performed, we think we're going to be close to 30,000 or a little more than 30,000 at the end of the calendar year of 2020. And then residential cost of construction, we forecast that we're going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $180 million by the end of the calendar year. For non-residential cost of construction, our data has us somewhere around $30 million at the end of the calendar year, which over the last 4 years is higher than any of the previous 3 years. You have to sort of discount 2016 because that has the Terrible Creek wastewater treatment plant built into it. And obviously that was a $34 million project. This is not a coronavirus chart. This is our building permit revenue trends. And you can see here that from really the 2013 timeframe to 2020 estimate is trending upwards. We had a little bit of a dip in 2019, but it bounced back, and we believe that was a timing issue. So let's talk about personnel recommendations. There's 19 new full-time equivalent positions, again, 16 in the general fund and 3 in the enterprise fund. The full-time positions in the general fund, 16 of them are comprised of in the police department, fire department, inspections department, human resources department, public buildings department, and parks and recreation and cultural resources. And they are tied primarily to growth and workload. Their consistent growth is and has been putting a demand on our core services for the last 5 years. The full-time equivalents in the Art Center is to support operational enhancements to improve our theater experience. And the full-time equivalents in the Public Utilities Department, a total of 3, are to provide support in water operations, water resources technician, and an increase in utility locate workload, a utility line locator, and in sewer operations due to system expansion and maintenance. And so we're looking to do a senior utility system operator here.
Manager, I see here you're obviously, as you're broken out, obviously it's 2 different funds, and your enterprise fund separate. That's going to continue, and so that will sustain those 3 right there. But speaking of the general fund, kind of what we're hinting on earlier, police and fire are not departments I see that we have a hold on in July, but are ones that need to be filled immediately. And then the other ones are, to me, are more departments that you kind of wait and see how workloads are and how those things are going. But we talk maybe more under each of those departments when it comes up, but at least for those 2, I would think that you're hiring those as quick as you can, because they are based on existing growth that we've already had from last year and was needed to service those communities.
So just a little bit of a breakdown on these, and on their other iPads, are they able to zoom in on those other iPads? They're not. Okay. So I'm going to kind of go through this. I apologize for the size of it, but I'll talk through it, and then if you have questions, I'll answer it. And so police, you see that the department request was 6. I'm recommending 6. And fire, it was 4, and I'm recommending 4. In inspections, it was 2, and I'm recommending 2, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. Human resources, 1, public buildings, 1, and parks, recreation, and cultural resources, 1, art center, 1, and 3 in public utilities. Again, 3 officers are additional above the 3 that were recommended in the 5 or adopted in the 5-year plan, a total of 6. 3 firefighters, and 1 of those positions is a deputy fire marshal position. We again have 1 human resources position and an engineering inspector position. So I'll make sure I've hit on all my talking points. The other ones are in public buildings. You know that we've moved into a new town hall. We've got a new police station coming up. We've increased our square footage. We are proposing in that department a second custodian to help us keep up with the cleaning of our facilities and maintenance of those facilities. We have brought an expansive amount of new parkland into our inventory. Last year, we hired 2 individuals to be located specifically at the Hilltop Needmore Town Park and Preserve, with Fleming Loop coming back online next year, and some greenway projects that we're looking to complete, particularly the Park Depot Greenway. We're requesting 1 additional parks maintenance worker to assist with our maintenance of our park system. And again, the Art Center Technical Director, that position is intended to provide some audiovisual guidance during performances to provide an overall better experience for our patrons.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Commissioner Smith.
I know I'm jumping ahead because I know you're going to get to equipment, capital purchases, and things like that down the road. But going back to the police positions, are we taking into account the take-home car policy when we start looking at these new hires? Because I know if we hired 6 people and they all live within the confines of what we require them to do, are we taking that into account in our equipment purchasing this year?
Yes, with an asterisk,
Okay.
it's not a guarantee that a police officer gets a take-home vehicle. We try to build that in as best as possible, but just because we hire new officers and they all live in town doesn't mean they're guaranteed. That policy basically states that if we're able to provide that, we will, and if we're not, we're not. But we are taking into account some additional take-home cars in this capital for the budget. Yes, sir.
I think you use the terminology if available.
Okay, so moving forward. Let me see if I can get the slide to play nice here. All right, so moving forward, just to give you an indication, right now we have 264 full-time employees. With these 19 positions, it would carry us to 283 in the organization. And you can see there the breakdown in the individual departments.
So here, the 6 at the police department, are they all sworn officers? Or what is the breakdown?
Yeah, they are all sworn officers. Yes, sir.
Okie doke.
Trying to think from memory, but I'm fairly certain.
Very,
that's
very
the case.
good. I think that's what everybody was hoping for.
So just some additional comparative data here in Fuquay-Varina. Now we are using consistent population numbers for all of the communities we benchmark to, but we recognize that these numbers are likely behind. But this is the data from the U.S. Census for the population estimate as of 2018. And for us, it's 29,200. Again, I think these numbers are higher for every community. We have 49 sworn positions right now, and that is an officer to population ratio of 1.7. The industry standard is 2 for every 1,000. And so you see where we are below the industry standard, as is Morrisville. Holly Springs is a shade below Apex. You can see Wake Forest is right on it, and Garner is a little above. Nightdale's right on it. Rollsville, Wendell, Zebulon are significantly higher.
Typically in fast growing communities, that's what you run into, is you're trying to catch up. And in our police department, we're certainly trying to catch up.
And this number, you want to be a higher number, correct?
The ratio, yes, sir.
You want to say, for instance, 3.9 at Zebulon, which may not be where you want to be at, but that would be the best, and Cary at 1.2 would be the worst. Is that what you're telling me? The way to read it with ratios?
Correct.
2 is what we want to be. So then if we are essentially 3rd from the bottom, that's what we're saying on our ratio. And so 3 was the 5-year plan, and then you've added an additional 3 this year. So we're going to exceed that plan. So then you have 6. What will, probably your next slide, what will the new ratio become?
You got it. You got it. So next slide, let's see. There you go. So it's going from 49 to 55 based on the population that we're looking at, 1.9. But again, that ratio is likely to be less, because if we're at 55, but our population is, let's just say 33,000 from the 2020 census, then our ratio would be lower than the 1.9.
And you mentioned earlier that you do expect the population number to be higher. So if anything, this ratio is going to be lower, is what you're saying a minute ago there. Later, we'll talk about 5-year plan, about what that does for next year and the following year, and what we can do from there.
Yes, sir.
But I'm definitely in favor of what you're proposing from that standpoint of 6. And you said all 6 are sworn officers there, changing that, so 49 to 55. And even if I like to see that number continue to go up in that ratio to improve until it's better than a 2 and more officers are there.
I concur with the Mayor Pro Tem on that, because if it's 33,000, that'll keep us right at the 1.7. We don't fall behind, but we won't really gain on it until we do this a couple more times, if we can, in the next couple of years going ahead.
as we continue to grow, that number will be, it's a changing number. I mean, it's a target that you're really trying to get to that 2.0, but the 2.0 is changing as your population
Correct.
continues to change, but we're headed in the right direction with it.
Has just, I imagine with, even though Corona may slow growth down, I doubt Corona slows crime down. And so that will allow us to, at the same time as this number grows, and to continue to improve that and be at a higher number. And so 2 may be industry standard, but we can improve from there also at a 5-year plan standpoint.
And so just the final piece of it, the Fuquay-Varina Police Department responded in the calendar year 2019 to 72,865 calls for service. Now, many of those were proactive, acknowledging that, but that's the number of police-related calls that were logged into the CAD system for everything from a courtesy check of a business to responding to some of the biggest issues we had during that calendar year.
What does, for instance,
Sorry, I was on mute. What does, for instance, you said that goes to 1.9, and you just mentioned workload. If Morrisville was at a 1.9, do they have the 72,000 calls also at the same time?
So we do track that. We do track that that data, but the problem is not every police department records that data the same way, and so you're really not looking at an apples to oranges comparison. There are some that track it very similar to the way we track it, which is anything we do that's police related, we track it as a call, whether it's proactive or reactive. Some only track their reactive calls for service.
Who would be a good one for information purposes? And I know you don't know them all tonight, but at the next meeting, at least, I'd like to know one of them that does consider tracking it very similar to we do and how their ratio and call volume compares. Then that would give me an apple.
I may have that. I may have that.
May not be for
information.
everybody, but at least one to compare.
I may have some of that information, the next minute or so.
I think, Holly Springs is an interesting one. Morrisville there's a lot of commercial in Morrisville, so you have to be a little bit careful in comparing like towns to like towns.
So wait for, again, I can't confirm if they document 100% exactly like us, but Wake Forest had 64,095 calls for service during that same period of time. Holly Springs had 53,346 calls for service. Morrisville had 30,082. But again, there's no exact way to verify that they are. I mean, it's very unlikely that Morrisville is, with the commercial that they have, is documenting their calls for service like we are.
And with that situation, then they're having more workload calls. Excuse me, less workload calls, what you're saying, they're reporting, if it's accurate or not, we don't know, with more officers, which means more officers having less. And we know the amount of commercial influx that we're going to have here in the future, hopefully. So then we will be able to compare some of these others. And no different, Mayor, I've heard you talk about Walmart almost needing a police substation when that was put in, that as we have more commercial that comes here, and we want the commercial. We know it's going to come with some of the projects that are come along, that call volume will surely go up. Thank you.
I think what the Mayor Pro Tem is saying, as you grow your commercial, you really need to be growing your police department, because Walmart is a good example, but Home Depot is too. We could assign 2 or 3 cars over there all day long some days, and that's truly what happens. And it's not just here in Fuquay-Varina, this Walmart or home center. It's whatever community has one. But the commercial tend to much more activity for your police.
And to your point, Mayor, I think I'd mentioned it to the town board earlier. Chief Fonstock had a metric where in 2019, 25% of our larceny calls were tied directly to Walmart. one quarter of the town's larceny calls were Walmart related.
Was it Walmart and Home Depot?
Walmart.
Just Walmart.
Yes, sir.
So Home Depot would have been an extra to that. So
Correct.
that gives you that's probably in the 25, 30%, 35%, somewhere in there. They're over there.
I know we have that collective data, but the 25% was directly to that one business.
Yeah.
Manager, last comment I'll make, of course, before we move on to the mayor's point there, that tells everybody why they need to shop and support small local businesses to at the same time they have a much lower crime rate. It's kind of what I heard through the lines.
All right. Any other questions about the police department metrics? And Chief had also advised me that since COVID-19 began, 40% in the last month, 2 months, 40% of our larceny calls have been related to that one store.
The one store that the mayor mentioned, is what you're saying, 40% of them?
40% of our larceny calls.
Because they're the only store that's open pretty much right now. So therefore they're gonna have all the crime, and that's where it's not to pick on them. I mean,
That's right.
It happens across the world in any
It's
big,
not unique to
large company
Fuquay-Varina.
like that.
Yeah, it's not unique to Fuquay-Varina.
One of the things that happens, and it's happening, it's not just at the large stores like this, but it happens more there. They change their checkout methodology. And when you have express checkout, as against going through a normal checkout line, sometimes people just swoop through there and try to make it out the door. And a recent change has taken place there where the express checkout has been going on for several months, and now it's become very active.
So moving forward, we do a similar analysis on fire personnel. So using the same population metric, here we look at 3 different things. We look at coverage area, we look at responses, and we look at sworn positions. And so population ratio, this is the ratio of our sworn positions to population is 2, and that's about where we want to be in terms of population. But in terms of coverage ratio and really response ratio, we want response ratio number we want lower than 76. You want that to sort of be in the 50th percentile range, and that's not the case for us. We're one of the higher call volume fire departments in Wake County, and so that response ratio is higher than per firefighter than we'd like for it to be, and the coverage ratio is also lower than where we would like for it to be as well.
What are the target numbers for coverage and response ratios? But wouldn't they not also, when the fourth fire station comes online, will those ratios not get more positive also?
They will from a response ratio standpoint, but you're also adding 9 firefighters in that year too to operate that department.
So how many did you say earlier in your budget? 6, correct?
4, 3 of which are sworn firefighters, 1 of which is a deputy fire marshal.
So then we have 3, that changes to 61. And what that's going to do
So that will bring our population estimate up a bit. If the 29,200 is a real number, which we don't believe, it'll bring the marginally the coverage ratio up, and it will bring down the response ratio some.
As a similar thoughts with some comments I made earlier, when you take the fire department with 540 coming on board, we know coming up soon in the new fire station, as you mentioned earlier, but with 540 coming online, the amount of additional calls and services, we discussed this last year at budget time also, they're already stretched thin, and they're going to get stretched even thinner at that point. And so this is a department also that we've got to be adding personnel to in regards to that, which is what you're doing here tonight. But then also in the 5-year plan, we're going to, as much as we're at a 2.1, which sounds good, as soon as 540 comes online, I imagine it's going to put us way behind. It's going to wear the firefighters out and going to 540 and some of the other surrounding areas and road projects that we put online too is more traffic and more people. And this is another department that's looking at past performance that even if Corona's not out there, there'll be just as much call volume out there for them.
No, I think you're right.
There's another number that you look for here too. Another metric is, and that is with the insurance company, and that response time, I reckon it is.
That's right.
And that has to play into it, and it plays a bigger role than you think. But we're doing well in that area. We always want to improve.
That's right. So any questions about public safety metrics before we get into capital equipment, capital projects, new person? Oh, we touched on new personnel already.
Last follow-up comment I'll make is kind of on the heels of what Mary was saying about our two departments right there. They do an excellent job. Don't make my comments here in this room, board, that I'm saying these two departments don't do a good job. Instead, what I'm saying is they do an excellent job, and we got to continue to give them the personnel and resources that they need, and by adding to them so they continue to do a good job and achieve those. And so that's where these my comments come in regards to these two departments.
And I think, to that point, Mayor Pro Tem, over the last 5 years or so, we've been working to change where we stand in those metrics. I know that when Commissioner Smith was Chief Smith, we had numerous conversations about how one of the goals would be to, over time, build available workforce in the police department specifically, because that was his background. But both police and fire, we have begun to move that needle, but there's more work to be done for sure. Okay, then we'll move on and we'll begin talking about the capital equipment that is in this fiscal year 21 budget recommendation. And so $2.6 million in capital equipment. So what makes that up? Well, $155,000 of it is an upgrade to our virtualization server in our IT department. We've made a conscious effort to be investing in technology so that we can continue to provide services both internally and externally in a efficient and modern way. And it requires a lot of investment to be able to do that, but it's making us better every day. And so the upgrade of our virtualization server is a big component of that. 2 replacement vehicles in our police department. These are marked vehicles. 4 new position vehicles. These are marked vehicles as well. 1 replacement admin truck in the police department. I think 1 replacement vehicle, that's right. And we're proposing to replace it with an administrative truck, police truck. This is something that you're beginning to see in more and more departments. We have departments that we have police that haul, whether it's geared to parks and greenways to assist them in their patrols of those, or whether it's speed trailers, things of that nature. A pickup truck adds value to the department in doing that. And here's a take-home vehicle that is recommended by Chief Fonstock as well. And then a UTV. We added 4 miles of trails in the Hilltop Needmore Town Park and Preserve. To be efficient and patrol that park from a public safety standpoint, our officers need some tools to be able to get around that vast area of land in a more efficient way. And so the recommendation here is to provide them a UTV, much like what the fire department has, that will allow them to more efficiently monitor that space, as well as other greenways that we already have in our system and that we're building in our system. It includes a
Adam, you have in it South Park getting ready to come across there, coming over from Lakestone, I reckon, or
no, that's South, not South Park. That's
South Lakes.
South Lakes is coming across 55.
How much? That's over a mile in there.
It is, sir.
Yeah. So you got 4 miles, 5 plus all the others. So you're probably talking about 7 or 8 miles.
There's quite a bit.
Yes,
you got the Jeff Wells Trail. You've got quite a bit that requires.
It's becoming more and more is my point.
Yes, sir. one replacement or one enclosed trailer for that UTV transport from park to park, one replacement radar trailer in the police department, a new deputy fire marshal position vehicle in the fire department, the replacement of ladder truck number 1, and this was in our 5-year plan. This is $1.5 million, but there's a $1.5 million revenue to offset it. Here we're intending to borrow funds to pay for this truck, and then we built the debt service over the next 5 years into our 5-year plan. A thermal imaging camera, 2 of them for the fire department, a new clear touch screen, which is sort of like the screen in front of you that allows them to do virtual meetings and conferencing and plan review in the fire department, which will be very helpful. A new inspector vehicle in the inspections department, a replacement inspector vehicle in the inspections department, the street department, a backhoe, and this will be paid for out of POW bill. It is POW bill eligible to be funded. A new garbage truck out of the public works department, and this is coming out of our sanitation reserve accounts that we save money for to pay for these fire trucks. Treadmill in Parks and Recreation, a new bunker rake in Parks and Recreation, a John Deere Gator in Parks and Recreation, a Ventrac mower in Parks and Recreation, and a parks maintenance vehicle.
How, ask about that person. The garbage packer in public works for sanitation. And those guys do many of our departments do very, very good jobs, but they do a great job right there in the public works department on garbage. Makes me think about them right there. And so what's this in regards to getting a new truck? And I don't know what you can put on the trucks now, but anything that helps those guys out at the same time that makes their job easier or such. I mean, it's tough what they do, and they work so hard and always have smiles on their face, and you get a lot of compliments about that department in the community too. So I don't have any suggestions of what you put on a garbage pack or other things in public works on those trucks, but anything you can do that helps them out. I'm a big fan of that at the same time.
Yeah, typically when we buy one of these, and we usually do a new truck in our replacement every 2 to 3 years in our rotation of replacing older ones. So we don't replace one every 2 or 3 years, but we replace the oldest one in our fleet. And when we do, we usually buy a modern one that is equipped with features that will make their jobs more efficient and more comfortable as they are en route throughout the community on a weekly basis.
How about, we're going to adopt this new recycle program. Will the equipment this new equipment that'll be used, will that help us with any recycling that we're doing now? We'll still pick up the same recycle like we have?
That's right.
There won't be any movement over to
Now that's going to be handled all by a third-party vendor. It won't have anything to do with our.
It's a whole separate item. So you need both of them.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
What is a Ventrac mower?
And so there's Ventrac, and then there's some other equipment that you'll get to in the 5-year plan. But the Ventrac really allows you to be able to get to steeper slopes and be able to mow in a way that a regular zero-turn mower just doesn't allow you to do safely.
I'm assuming obviously it's something we have to mow. That's as much as a sports car, and that's what's very impressive about that there. What is a bunker rake used for? Where are we playing golf at?
No, we're using it for our ball fields for the baseball fields.
Okay, yeah, excellent. I get what you're doing there on the baseball fields, and they've got this is the same type of equipment used for the 2 of them.
That's
when
right.
I said bunker, of course, I was thinking about golf, and I know Bill's talked a lot about wanting a golf course, so I didn't know if you're on the way of getting him a golf course with a bunker rake coming in.
No plans yet for the golf course, but there is a need for the bunker rake for other uses. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Commissioner Harris has been warming up. He wants a 9-hole course out there.
Mr. Town Manager, I got a real quick question. I hate to jump off subject here, but on the garbage packer, when was the last time we had to add another truck and crew based on growth? I don't know if I've seen it because I hadn't been here long, but when was the last time we had to increase a crew due to new neighborhoods and subdivisions coming online?
It was either last year or the year before. It's been pretty recent. And I think we project to do it again in the outer year 4 or 5 in the 5-year plan.
Is that still on track for 5 years out? I mean, how overburdened is that department? Do they need a packer truck route, as Commissioner Smith was saying, sooner rather than later on that time period?
Not right now. We'll evaluate it. We'll continue to monitor, but right now we're able to do efficiently with what we have.
Adam, tell me about the $1.5 million, the replacement ladder truck. And are we replacing a truck that we currently have?
Yes, sir. Ladder 1. That's at
All right,
fire
so
station. That's the
are we
platform
going-
ladder truck.
Yeah. Are we going to sell the other truck?
We are.
Okay. What is that truck going to be worth to us? Is
It
that the one that we bought originally?
is.
Okay. So it ought to be worth a good amount of money.
We believe that to a smaller fire department that can't afford to buy a brand new truck, but can afford a $300,000-$400,000 expense, that this would be ideal for them.
So you'll put it on Gov Deals, or I'm assuming.
We may put it on Gov Deals. We may end up doing a direct transaction with another fire department if
you can find the one that wants it.
That's right.
Does Gov Deals charge a percentage?
Gov Deals does charge a percentage, yes, sir.
Okay. But it would be a nice chunk of money coming back into, and that will come back into the town's revenue. Do you have that budgeted in here?
We have it projected in the 5-year plan. It won't come back
This year.
That's right. Because these trucks, you got to remember, they take about a year to build before you
build
take
these
ownership
things.
of them. That's right.
Yeah, I realize that, but still, it's a good chunk of change.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
How come any thought that we do not still buy the new truck, but keep the old truck, especially with another fire station getting added, and put it at one of the other stations that's not running as much? So that's kind of a backup truck for the guy, for what we have on a new one. I know brand new shouldn't break, but I mean, things do happen too.
And of course, we just added a brand new ladder truck onto our system this year. So this will be our second ladder truck. And right now there's, that truck is, for our purposes is, there's some maintenance. I mean, that truck had a lot of work to be done on it in the last year and a half at a considerable expense, some of which was covered by insurance proceeds, but a lot of which was not. So there's that forecast of what that expense might be for us. And then we don't really see a need for a third ladder truck until we likely get into a 5th or a 6th fire station. And at that time, that truck would be depreciated out, and there would be a need to purchase a new vehicle at that time. And we would likely put the new one at fire station number 1 and one of our other 2 fire trucks at a 4th or 5th or 5th or 6th station.
How about the county? Are they going to help us with it or anything? They helped us when we bought it.
Yeah, so not on this. Well, the jury's still out. I don't know if his mic's not unmuted, but the jury's still out on whether they would participate in this one. Now, what they are indicating that they are prepared to participate in is, which they haven't been in years past. So this is a move of the needle in a very positive direction, is participating in the cost of new stations and the cost to operate those new stations, people. And that's a big movement. And so this truck right here might not, we don't know it. It's possible that we could get some support for this truck, but we're not counting on county participation for this truck necessarily, but we are showing in our forecast county participation in fire station number 4 and in a future fire station number 5, which we'll talk about in the 5-year plan as well.
The interesting thing about this truck, I think it was $750,000 when we bought it, but they did give us about half.
That's right.
For the purchase of it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so any more questions about capital equipment? These are things over 5,000. If not, we'll kind of skim through real quick. Small equipment, these are items between $750 and $4,999. And so we've got, like you would generally see, iPhones, iPads throughout for different departments. We do have you see at $25,000 each, desktop replacements This is a 4-year cycle in IT department and laptop replacements on a 3-year cycle in our IT department. So we are replacing some of those that are aging out and not under warranty anymore. Laptops in police department, a K9 bite suit for training purposes. So if any of you wish to be the first to volunteer in the K9 bite suit, I can let Chief know.
Does it protect you through? You really don't you don't get bit if you wear a suit?
We'll see.
Because I'll wear it if you tell me I really not gonna get hurt.
Yeah,
But I mean, I'd be kind of interested to see. But I don't want to like get bit and you say, well, you feel it through the suit and you know what I'm saying.
You'll know when it's done.
That and I want to test out the new what you just said. I saw reading ahead on here, the electric patrol bikes. I'll test that out for you too.
That's right.
You know, the electric patrol bikes are starting to be very popular in other communities as well. I've seen them, but they're also very popular with the citizens now. More and more people are using electric bicycles around town.
I actually have a son who has an electric bicycle, which is kind of an interesting concept. A hostage negotiations rescue phone console, additional iPads in the police department, investigator laptop, protective shield for patrol, replacement body cameras, replacement car radios, replacement handheld radios. Riot protective gear, second year of our self-contained breathing apparatus cylinder replacement in the fire department, miscellaneous computer replacement in the fire department, miscellaneous ladder truck equipment, 2 Knox secure key systems in the fire department, some nozzle replacements, RIT packs, laptops in inspections department, monitors and inspections for plan review, new field inspector laptop, a new permit technician desktop, 8 planning staff iPads are up for replacement, laptop station and economic development, a brush hog. So this next year has us purchasing both a hog and 2 lines down a goat in our Parks, Recreation, and Maintenance Department, some landscape trailers, and fuel storage container in the Parks and Rec. Total small equipment totals to $218,830.
Some of these departments that you mentioned earlier that have hires that may be in areas, I'm assuming some of these are filling new positions in the variety of departments. You kind of buy the equipment as you hire that person. I imagine some of these other than the replacement equipment. What is I know what a brush hog is. What is a billy goat?
Well, I don't want to go ahead and get things confused on this equipment. So I'm going to ask Jonathan to chime in here, Jonathan, and explain the billy goat, please.
All right, thanks, Adam. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, the billy goat is a walk behind machine that actually picks up and sucks up leaves. So this unit is replacing the current unit for the downtown streetscape. The one we have now is currently about 7 years old and is needing a replacement.
Picks up leaves in the downtown streetscape.
One of Jake's favorite books is the 3 Billy Goat McGruff Brothers, and so he'll be glad to loan you that book sometime when you're showing off the Billy Goat lawnmower at the same time.
All right. Well, thank you, Jonathan. Any other questions regarding small equipment? Okay, if not, we will advance on then. So special projects in the fiscal year 21 budget. We are again trying to become more efficient with our IT and being able to be.
Adam, let me ask you one question. I go back. We've looked at all kind of grants, and are there any of these that are subject to state grants or grants from maybe the John Deere Foundation? You know, if we asked everywhere that we normally asked for, so these are pretty real numbers.
They are, yes, sir.
Okay.
So back to special projects, we are proposing a work order management system. We're a growing community, and our work orders are becoming more vast and greater. And so being able to manage that efficiently, making sure things don't slip through the cracks, making sure we're providing that excellent customer service that the community has known to expect and what you expect as an elected board. This system will help us to accomplish that. Our citizen engagement service, we are recommending to put a citizen engagement platform in place. We've begun to talk with numerous vendors, and we believe that this number here is the correct number to go ahead and get us a system in place where we can better engage electronically with the public. This is something that we talked about at retreat. This is something that Commissioner Harris brought up on numerous occasions at previous board meetings and at retreat. And it is a pretty nice service to be able to offer the community for those that are tech savvy and that want to be able to communicate and give ideas. And it actually will help us with surveying future projects and investments that we want to make. If we want to gauge citizen thoughts on a project or a program that we might be looking to put in place, if we want to get input on how we can be better at certain programs that we might have in place, this platform will allow us to do that in a very efficient way and track data and be able to use that for helping us with future budgeting. And so this is one that we're proposing to do. Every year we've programmed some funds in for perhaps trees that are rotting or need to be addressed on Aiken Parkway. And so this is an additional $10,000 to go towards that. We are looking at converting 2 intersections in our downtown to 4-way stops, and to be consistent with what we did at the 4-way stop there at South Fuquay Avenue and Vance Street. There's funds in the special projects to step it up and buy decorative signposts versus just regular signposts, so that we can enhance the appearance of our downtown with these 4-way stops. Again, some new and replacement Christmas decorations. We tend to annually invest in our Christmas decorations to keep those operating well and looking nice for our community. This includes year 2 of our participation in the Triangle J Brownfields Consortium. This is where we are working with Triangle J and a collaboration of other communities that are participating in this program to identify environmentally sensitive sites or properties in our community that we might be able to assist those property owners to go through the Brownfields program, get those sites remediated, cleaned up, and make them productive in our community again. And so thus far, we've been able to identify a handful of properties that in our community that we are having assessed right now through this process to help us go in the right direction. As you know, we've talked for some time about potential economic expansion in our business and industrial sector, and we're planning to be able to participate in accelerating that in this recommended budget, as well as an investment in a commercial retail project that we are working on, as well as a mixed-use project in downtown. And these are all things that have been previously discussed in a 5-year plan in our budgeting process. They're just now appearing in the FY21 budget. We do expect that there will be some updates that we're going to have to do related to ETJ, nothing super substantial, some boundary lines near the Harnett and Wake County border that need some continual improvement that we're working with Wake County on right now. Bike pedestrian master plan update. We do here, Mayor, in this case, intend to receive a 70% grant. And so we've got 70% of the $70,000 built into the revenue side of our projections to update our bike pedestrian master plan. Recently, I believe Garner and one other community here in Wake County are doing it for FY20 through Campo, and we're looking to do it through FY21. We are proposing to program some funds in for downtown master planning through our downtown development program. This is where Dawn and the FEDA and Jim Seymour have been working towards getting this programmed in for a future town budget, and this is where it falls in from our 5-year plan. We talked at Town Board Retreat about getting some redesign work of our current community center at South Park. And so there's some funds there. And then we have built into this budget the design of a new community center north and senior center component that we are looking to do near the Hilltop Needmore Town Park and Preserve. And the design would be of those facilities about $650,000 we're projecting. And then it's our recommendation that we go ahead and get design work done for some future greenways that would position us by having the design out of the way, positioning us to be able to compete well for grant fundings for the construction of those greenways. And so we've got the Hidden Valley Greenway design and the Alston Ridge Greenway design, both of which we've discussed at Town Board Retreat. Any questions about this $5.2 million of special projects? And so to talk about a debt service fund a little bit, right now we have a fund balance, or we did at the end of fiscal year 19 of $958,993. The general fund debt service for the 2021 fiscal year is $3,675,400. Of this amount, $481 will be transferred to the debt service fund paid for by rec unit fees for the debt service on Fleming Loop Park and $90,000 towards the debt service on our community center. An additional, Mayor Pro Tem, $295,000 from the vehicle tag fee will be added in FY21. And so I'm going to get to another slide that will get to your total amount in a moment. So just so you understand what our debt service fund looks like, we have $3,675,400 in debt service next year. And that is for our community center at South Park, the 2019 refunding bonds, 2012 bonds, our public service center, one half is paid for out of the enterprise fund, our 2018 GO bonds, which were for transportation projects, and our 2018 limited obligation bonds, which were for our government facilities, 37.2% of which comes from rec unit fees because it includes Fleming Loop Park.
Manager, you mentioned earlier about the vehicle fees, and that money's going to debt service fund. And as we talked about earlier, transportation projects, using that toward, and you may be getting to this later, and if so, then just say, wait, hold off when I ask this question. But we also had mentioned rezoning the other night continues to be a hot button issue with traffic and transportation related projects. Do we have one in this year's budget?
A transportation related project?
Yeah, traffic related, transportation, traffic improvement, mitigation, those types of things, not a sidewalk or something like that, but a car related project.
None outside of what we already have planned that's in the works related to our 2018 GO bonds. So all of our Judd Parkway intersections that we're working on will be next year. Our completion of Northwest Judd Parkway will be completed in fiscal year 21. But outside of the ones that we're trying to check the box on for our 2018 GO bonds, there are no extra ones outside of that.
And I think that makes sense because we've done a lot of good things there. However, I do think that we need to, I would like to see us be planning and starting to look for the next project and planning for that, whether it's phase 2 of the Sunset Lake main intersection project that was discussed, or whether it's one of the other different projects. But you're right, we have tons of great projects in the pipeline right now, and will be coming to fruition over the next 12 months, and the public's really going to enjoy those. But it's also time to start looking for next one, start planning, start designing, and start going toward that direction.
And let me be clear, that is happening, and we are building an inventory of projects that we would in the future be coming back to the board recommending, whether it would be a match that we would be looking to seek grant funds for from Campo, or LAP funding or other funding sources, or whether it would be a 100% project from the town. But we do have a menu of projects that I can get our engineering department to provide and share with the board as sort of our next ones we want to notch off the list.
That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see some way of it being put into and it may be simply a report that's going with the budget that says, that lets me know what our next recommended project that we're applying for. These are next 3 that we're applying for with grant funding. And if we get them, great, we can do them. If not, then this would be, we can't do all 3, but we can do project A. And that's what we're going to be working toward doing next year. Maybe showing it in a 5-year plan or some kind of
Yes, I would
information.
probably recommend doing it as a separate report, because we typically would not put those blended in with the general fund or the general fund, because they typically would show up as their own separate capital project and their own capital project fund. But we can get the engineering department to provide that list to the board so you can see a rundown of projects, and most of which, I mean, there's really nothing that should be a surprise. Many of them are things we've already talked about before that either did not score well in previous funding programs because the design wasn't done yet or the right-of-way wasn't done yet. One of the things that we did several years ago that we may have to contemplate doing again to position ourselves well for construction grant money is going ahead and appropriating funds for a project that we want to do to go ahead and get the design and a right-of-way paid for. And when you do that, your scoring points become much higher and you become much more competitive for the construction piece of the project.
Manager, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's what I was looking forward to seeing, whether it's in the budget or a 5-year plan of our next project that we're going to design and purchase right away on, so that will score very high. That's what I was going with that.
I'll share something with the board in advance of our May 4th meeting, but then I will also talk about it at the May 4th meeting.
Some of these, of what the Mayor Pro Tem is talking about, is opportunistic. In other words, you have to be prepared, but you also have to fall into a time period and a bucket period when the money is there. And we work very closely, staff works very closely with Campo and the Department of Transportation.
That's correct.
When those opportunities exist. But I think what our Mayor Pro Tem is saying is we're starting to have some revenue spots come online of our own. The 295 is the one example that I see. And what we'd like to do is be able to try to match that up and have a $500,000 project every year or so somewhere that helps our community get better and better in little areas. And I think this is something that we didn't have maybe 2 or 3 years ago that's starting to come online. So I think it makes good sense.
Mayor, you exactly what you said, $500,000. I mean, basically doing a project every other year will generate just a little bit north of $500,000, which maybe that's how we do it, every other year or something like that. But exactly what you said there was the direction I was going with that.
I think one of the things the board will need to give some direction on is, and we can perhaps bring some recommendations. The question is the 295 that we accumulate from year to year, do we want to save that to the point where we have a significant enough number that we can make a match to a large project? Or do we want to use those funds for little smaller one-off projects? I'm not saying that either one is better than the other, but that's a philosophical question that the board would need to give some guidance on, because the large projects that we have identified, we probably have done more identification of larger projects that are in the range of $2, $5, $10, $15 million in total cost, versus smaller projects that are in the range of $1.5 million, where 500,000 would be a good percentage match to that small project. We don't have as many of those identified or built into inventory. It's not to say we can't identify them, but our main focus in the last several years has been identifying those larger cost projects that would have a greater overall benefit and improvement to the community as whole versus smaller areas.
And getting a larger match. In other words,
that's right. You can't compete very well on a $15 million project with $500,000. You need a bigger match.
I think that what we needed to be doing is really continuing to look for the matching and maximizing our dollars as much as we can. But it doesn't mean that we can't find an opportunity from time to time to make a small improvement that makes a big difference.
I didn't want to spend the money by any means, but say every year let's spend $300,000 and just waste money. I always envision in my mind the amount of fund balance that we cross over on the threshold and look at that as money to use. That's what's used for the major big projects for a chance to get a matching grant. We do, but that this 300,000 each year would be used for design or right away of a project, but more importantly, really just a spot project. Maybe a project's done every other year, so it gains up to 600,000, or that it would be a intersection that needs some turn lanes put in and some signalization work done, or next one that needs something. Because that, to say we're going to save up $300,000 a year, 10 years you get $3 million, and the public's going to be sitting there thinking, well, what have you done for 10 years? And so that, to me, this fund is more of a, what project can we do once a year or once every other year, so that it has something to show for each time.
Well, that is helpful for me to know if that is the direction the board wants to go, because I don't think that has been how we have been looking at it at this point. What we've been looking at it at this point is, if we're going to do another project like a northeast Judd Main Street intersection project that's got that had a $7 million price tag to it, then we're going to need $1.4 million to generate a 20% match to be able to get the other $5.6 million in grant funding. But to get $1.4 million, it's going to take, several years to accumulate that 295 to do it without touching it. And so that has been sort of the direction we're going. If I'm hearing the board say, we'd like to try to use this money to do a project every 1 or 2 years or 2 or 3 years, then this is not money that we would then be looking at to put as a match on a larger improvement project.
And it may be that
I
money
think,
goes on a match for
in
1
my
year.
opinion, we need to always look for the match. In other words, if we've got a project that we know needs to be done, and it's $1.5 million project, and we can get a 50% match, and we work hard for it, then it really makes the better project. And you might not be able to do it every year to do something like that, but that you're generating funds that you'll be using toward this particular project. And that's kind of how we've been doing it in the past. And it's worked pretty good. Now, if we're talking about something different or pretty much the same thing, but I think really what our Mayor Pro Tem is saying is we want to let everybody know that we're trying to handle as many traffic problems as we can, with the resources that we continue to get online. And we're getting a few more resources online now than we used to. This fund was, 2 years ago was $100,000 fund or $50,000. Yeah.
Probably the third year doing it. I think that we don't just spend it every year, but I believe right now there are small projects we could do that can be done. But then if it comes up to be a year that says no real good project, save the money. And I do believe that it may be a cycle year timing for funding that 2 years ago, then you have 600,000 used toward a matching grant program. But that we're doing, the idea behind it for me is that each year we try to have a project, we do something that makes sense for it on there related to those things.
And so if that is the feeling of the board, what I'll do is go back and have some dialogue with our engineering department to begin developing, if we have not already, some inventory of smaller scale projects. Again, our focus in recent years has been more of that large scale project. I don't know that we've identified a whole lot of $1.5 million projects. We've been identifying 5, 10, 15, $20 million projects. And so, so that we have a arsenal of big and small projects, I think we probably need to give some focus to some of those smaller projects that we can share with the board. I'm not sure we have a sound inventory of those right at the moment.
It would be really good for both of those lists to be prioritized also, even though things happen that will, can move a project up on the priority list, but generally to have a prioritization of the larger projects and the smaller, more, easily impactful projects.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think it's always good to have that prioritization in place so that A, we're all on the same page, and B, we can perhaps rank and position those in a way that we think we will be the most successful in being able to get funding from a scoring standpoint. So I understand, I believe what the board is looking to accomplish here. And from this meeting, we'll go back and have some dialogue with the engineering department and try to bring some a little more clarity to that, perhaps by our May 4th meeting. I don't know that we'll have a list ready to be prioritized, but we will at least be able to share with you some thoughts and ideas about some of the smaller projects that we might want to consider in the future to work towards. And again, later on in the presentation, I'm going to give a bit of an update on what our projections are in terms of fund accumulation for those fees. Any other questions about our debt service for the next 5 years? You can see that in 2026, the community center comes off. That $100,000 begins to free up, and then we don't have another one till 2030, and we have two that go out to 2039. And then so capital reserves. There is $9,000 that's being transferred from the Youth Initiative Fund to the general fund in the FY21 proposed budget. This is for Teen Day, to offset costs for Teen Day, and this will be the final year. There will be no remaining funds in that Youth Initiative Fund after this appropriation. Earlier I mentioned $481,000 will be transferred from rec unit fees to the debt service fund for the community center and Fleming Loop Park improvements for debt payments. $2,072,000 will be transferred from rec unit fees to the general fund to offset proposed recreational enhancement projects. And then $196,000 will be transferred from the sanitation vehicle reserve fund to pay for the sanitation truck. So then let's talk about capital projects. We have special projects and capital projects. Capital projects are things that we have either in plans or board priority retreat projects. And so this almost $8 million includes a former library building renovations for public buildings here. We've got about $200,000 in that. There's obviously, if that building is going to be used, it's got to be brought up to code. We believe that $200,000 is probably conservative in terms of an expense number. We don't think it's going to cost quite that much, but we didn't want to put too little in and have to come back and have the conversation again. So renovations to that space. Town hall, police department, windows and blind replacement. There are windows in this building that the gas or the air between the panes have given out, and those windows were not replaced as a part of the renovation project. And generally, they just don't look very good. And so we're proposing to replace those, as well as some windows that need to be replaced at the new police department building that we're moving into that weren't a part of the original project. No window replacement was a part of either renovation project. And so we're proposing to do that. The other thing we're proposing in this capital project fund is to, we did not, as a part of this project, as value saving, value engineering, but we have found that it truly is a need. So we have shades and blinds in this building here that do a pretty decent job of blocking out the sun during the day, but they are not completely opaque. And so at night, you can see through the windows, even with the shades down. And we have an investment in this building, and we feel like there needs to be some protection there. And so we have opaque blinds built in into the budget here. Carpet replacement at fire station number 1, HVAC replacement at fire station number 2, repainting at fire station number 1. A lot of these fire department projects are being partially funded by the county. Shingle replacement at the fire barn and shelter. Pedestrian improvements that were identified in the master plan as part of PAL bill improvements. The Honeycutt restroom renovation. Dog park shade structures. Honeycutt Field 3 irrigation. A lot of these came all out of the new facility master plan that we reviewed at town board retreat. Action Park restroom renovation, South Park bathroom renovation, Ballantyne Field lights, ball field fence replacement, baseball field laser grading at 3 fields, And then the Hilltop Needmore Town Park and Preserve Clubhouse renovation. And then finally, some downtown paver repairs in the Varina district.
Well, so Hilltop Needmore Park, going there quite often, a lot of walkers, a lot of people enjoying that outdoor space. And I remember some discussion about this clubhouse, but I thought also with the school going in across the street and to talk at the community center, I thought we had left it, obviously not, but in my mind at least, well, we were not spending this kind of money on that building quite yet till it was all master planned and figured out. What am I getting for $700,000?
You are getting a pretty, believe it or not, I asked that same question. You are getting a pretty vanilla ADA compliant space. It essentially is going in there, renovating the restrooms to be ADA compliant and removing the non-load bearing walls to create a sort of large banquet space that can either be used for renting for a number of different utilization and purposes to the public, so it can begin generating some revenue for the town rather than sitting there and continuing to be a maintenance expense for the town. You're getting some internal infrastructure improvements that just need to generally be done. And you are removing the kitchen food preparation space and creating a non-health department food warming and catering space. But it's pretty basic and vanilla. It's not going in there and chopping up the buildings to be individual classrooms or offices or anything like that. It's basically to get it ADA compliant and in a way that we can make it productive and revenue bearing.
As we're master planning this whole area and trying to do it all right and thoughtful on it, I'm just not in favor of spending $700,000 on that building and doing that right there. When I'm out there, I see how much people enjoying the outdoors and knowing and at least delaying this a year as we continue putting together the plan over there between the community center north / senior center facility right there. Everything else is going there, but to go and drop $700,000 in this clubhouse renovation is, to me, maybe everybody in this boardroom disagrees, is not a biggest priority we have right now, especially when we're talking about a big tax increase this year.
Well, this is not being paid for with general fund money. This would be paid for by rec unit fees. So rec unit fees, so it has nothing to do with it. Even if you didn't do this, the tax rate would still be 3.5 cents because it's coming from a different pot of funding. And, you know, the alternative is to continue to let the building sit there and be a maintenance issue. I think at the end of the day, the building is what the building is externally. And so you're going to have this expense, whether it's in year one or whether it's in year three. The expense in year three could be more expensive than it is in year one. You know, cost of construction tends to go up annually, and it puts it into a productive state where it can be rented and utilized. We could also do programming in it as well. You know, I know that Jonathan is working with a number of different outside contractors to provide environmental programming and nature programming at both Carroll Howard and Hilltop Needmore Town Park and Preserve, and it would provide an indoor, almost classroom space for some of that programming as well, albeit in a large room that wouldn't be partitioned off, but it would provide that opportunity to do programming at that park in an inside sheltered space versus just outside. And so could you delay it a year, 2 years, 3 years? Yeah, I still think you're going to have this cost or greater at some point in time. It's just kicking the can. And so do you kick the can? The master plan is going to discuss how the outside is utilized, and it might discuss how the building is utilized. You're either going to have a basic expense, which is what this is, believe it or not, or you're going to have something greater to partition it up and divide it up in a different way. I think you could always come back in a future year and do that once you've decided if you want to use that building in any more of a different manner than just a large open covered space.
And I think that some of the bathroom suggestions that you mentioned earlier there is something that is needed. At I mean, little kids might be able to get by going to the bathroom outside, or little boys, I should say, but the rest of the public can't do that out there. And I think bathrooms are needed. And so maybe this type of design here, what I'd be more interested in is not as much what can be done to make it usable from a restroom facility standpoint, and the rest of the facility left off for now. So that way it's not, my fear is that we plan this place, we put in a community center over there, and what we do here, we rush to get something done. And then we say, well, it's not end up, it becomes obsolete or not used as much. And I understand what you say about tax increase there, but we can always take money from general fund to use it on different things. And so 691,000 right here in this year too, it is not the priority this year. Maybe year two, come back and reevaluate it next year. Not talking about punting it down into year 5 and not doing anything at all, but just, I feel like it's getting rushed into that on what that building is going to be used for.
The one thing I think about it is that either we're going to take care of this building, and the most important thing when you have an old building is use it. If you don't use it, it's going to continue to deteriorate. Now, this $700,000 seems like a lot of money to me, but as you think about the coronavirus, you need a bigger space. You're not going to be able to get people into little rooms. I think the plan of making it available where you can have relatively larger number of people in it makes sense to me. A couple days ago, I rode around all of our parks, even our new one, and what I noticed when I got to the Hilltop Needmore Park was it was being used probably 20-fold of the other parks. So I truly believe that the activity is out at this park. It's not like the park is sitting there and there's not any activity going on. It's the most used park that we have in our system. And I think that plays into my consideration, is to try to move forward with this and to do something that, it's not extraordinary, but is pretty vanilla, but works. I'd be interested in hearing comments from everybody else.
Adam, I have had a comment to make on this. I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. It does seem like a lot of money for this particular project. It would be good to see the building be functional and usable. Would this amount of money have to be spent to make it functional and usable? That would be a question. In the meantime, so that it could get some use and not just sit there and be looked at, but could get some functional use without spending $691,950. Another comment I would make is that with this 20-fold usage, like the mayor's saying, and I've been out there, the park is outstanding, tremendous. Perhaps it's something that our board could consider of in terms of when we do our master planning of it, because it's been used so much. It's being used way more than any other park. And I mean, I'd like to see us going toward that. But I think the amount of money that's being spent on that, as the Mayor Pro Tem said right now, is it would be better to wait, I think, for the master planning as was shared with the board earlier. So I don't know, were my other comments heard, or?
Yeah, we heard all your comments. I did anyway. All your comments, yes, sir.
Okay, because I just now heard myself through the earphone.
Yeah, that's because I turned my mic back on when you heard yourself. But if I can just respond to one of the things you said, one of the things that Mayor Pro Tem said. First of all, we had, if everybody can mute your mic now, if you can, if you haven't already. We had our inspections director go through the building and identify what we believe would need to be done to bring the building up to ADA compliance. We had our inspections director and our Parks and Recreation director talk with some various commercial contractors and get some cost estimates. Now, cost estimates are, they are what they are, right? Until you actually bid the project, you don't know exactly what you're going to have to pay for it. We think $691,950 is what will get a usable space that is ADA compliant, that will be rather basic on terms on the inside. It will be a large floor space. It will allow some catering component to be able to occur there. It will allow some programming component to be able to occur there. Don't forget, our recent bid on a cinder block bathroom was $210,000. Okay, and so you know, for an entire renovation of a existing building that has to be commercially done and done to ADA compliance, $691,000 is probably not way out of the ballpark. My hope is that if we do the project and we bid it in a competitive environment, that maybe it'll come in at $575,000. All right. I don't know the answer to that question, but what I do know is that until we bid it, we won't know an exact number. To the Mayor Pro Tem's point earlier, and yours as well, Commissioner Wunsch, there is no external doorways to that building that get you directly into a bathroom where you can cut the rest of the building off. And so if we want to use that space for public restroom purposes, people have to go into the main building to get to the restrooms. If you let people into the main building, the entire building has to be ADA compliant. You can't just do restrooms that are ADA compliant and not touch the rest of the building. You got to do it all, or you can't let the first person in that building legally. And so there really is no option for just using the space for bathrooms and not doing anything else to it until a later date. And again,
Why don't we figure out for a year, why don't we put porta johns out there? So at least people have an opportunity.
oh, they got bathrooms out there already on both.
Where near the clubhouse?
Not in the clubhouse, but they've got them on two. Well, you have to no, they're both on. They're where the bathrooms are. We're on the formal golf course. Those
I think porta johns ought to be at the clubhouse. At least something for the public to use.
Well, that's
even if the rest of the board says go build it, Blake and Jason don't care what y'all think, build it. That's fine. I would at least porta johns. Some place somebody go to the bathroom right now. That'd be my comment.
Commissioner Gardner, you have any thoughts about this project?
I do. I would like to see it be in a state where it can begin to be revenue producing with the catering kitchen. I think that opportunity is there. I think there is a real lack of that type of space in our town that is available for rent. And I think to have just minimally somewhere that some programming could be done will certainly enhance the use of this park. Everybody is so excited about it right now. I understand we were talking about stabilizing it. And part of this is that also, correct? No,
ma'am. We have in our current year budget, FY20 funds to stabilize it. We've spent this year probably about $80,000. If you can mute yours back one more time real quick. We spent about $80,000 in replacing the roof, replacing the 5 HVAC units that were stolen under Wake County's watch, and other general fixes around the building, some water and drainage fixes, things of that nature. And so we've invested in stabilization. This is strictly going in, gutting the building, bringing the bathrooms up to ADA compliance, cosmetic work to bring it, fresh with new flooring, new paint, removing the kitchen, the old kitchen, so that we don't have a health department issue to worry about, and renovating the kitchen space to where it is a catering kitchen. And based on the ADA needs that have been identified by our inspections director and the commercial construction estimates that were received by our Parks and Recreation and Cultural Resources director in conjunction with our inspections director, this is the estimate that we came up with and put in the budget. This is to get the building functioning, not to get the building stabilized.
You could let our senior group use it if they so desired.
we could program it so that we could have some senior programs in there while we were waiting for the new senior center to be constructed. That's correct.
Commissioner Smith, your thoughts?
Well, when I look at the park, it's been a great boon for our town. It's been something that people really like, but when you accept something like that, you also accept the warts that come with it. We've had to stabilize it. We've had to hire staff. We've had to buy equipment. We've had to repair trails. We've had to do all that kind of stuff. And that was expected. But at the same time, we have a building sitting there, and you really have a choice of leveling it or getting it where it's usable, because I do think letting it sit and not do something, we might as well level it if we're not going to do that. 691 seems a pretty high number for me for a building that size, but I know nothing about construction, so I can't say if that's a good estimate or not. Again, you explained this, an estimate could be lower. But I'd have to say that we need to move forward, get the building where we can use it, or just decide to take it offline anyhow, because I just let it continue to sit. It's sit for several years now, and now I'd let it sit longer, and we could get some use out of it. And so far, the things we've invested in at the Hilltop Needmore Park and Preserve have really seemed to return well, at least been well received by our citizens. So I have no problem with us doing that. But again, I'm still trying to move cautiously, not knowing what the economic outlook will be depending on how long this pandemic lasts. That if you leave it in the budget, that is something we start preparing for, but we might not spend any money till later, because there is a place if you had to reduce your budget to meet other needs in the town budget, there's a thing you could take out. But if things go well and things are going along smoothly at 3 or 4 months down the road, I have no problem with us proceeding on and trying to fix it up.
My mic on. Again, I just want to be clear. We are planning under this budget plan to pay for this project out of rec unit fees that are currently sitting there today. And I just don't know that doing a renovation to this space, whether it's vanilla like we've got it planned or something greater, is going to be any less expensive in a future year than it will be now. And so my recommendation is as it appears in the plan. I know that
Commissioner Harris.
Mr. Mayor, thanks. I'm still wondering why I don't see the bathroom for Campbell Park on here at all. I understand the importance of the renovation, because I think the cost factor is important, but it does not overshadow the use of that park. I've ridden by there, and that park is being used probably more than we even expected. And I'm thinking that, I don't want any porta potties going there. I would rather see us complete the renovation and move forward with that, because I think that if we don't, I think we've given sort of a mixed message to the public as it relates to our commitment to that project. So I think it would be important to move forward and to do some renovation so that it could be used at the same time. The cost factor I know is in high consideration. I just think that we need to move forward to do it, if we can also tack on Campbell Park restrooms with this project.
And if I could just address that, Commissioner, this is FY21 budget. Campbell restroom is in FY20, our current budget, at $85,000. We were not able to get a bid for $85,000, but what I had mentioned to the board at both retreat and at the meeting that the board said 2 for 10 seems to be unreasonable, is that we would look to see if there were other ways to achieve the restroom at Campbell Park that would fit within our budget parameters versus something that's more than double our budget. And we're still evaluating that. So it may be that the Campbell Park restroom comes up for discussion again in the remainder of this fiscal year. Is somebody's mic on? I'm not sure. In this fiscal year, or the board would be faced with a decision point at the end of this fiscal year if we did not do it as to whether to take that $85,000 and put it into a project fund for a future restroom at Campbell Park that we might be able to either add additional funds to or come up with a solution that fits within that project. The reason you don't see it here is because it's already in the current year budget. It just hasn't been done yet.
The other thing that I would say about that, I thought we were trying to look to find another project and bid 2 projects at one time to get it where it came in with the 85,000 or something.
And we did look to do that, and we were not successful in that. As a matter of fact, it came back more. And so now we are looking to see if there is a possibility, instead of a stick-built, block-built, steel-built building from ground up, of doing a prefab building that's built off-site by a company and then brought in and basically put in place. But there are some solutions that look just as good as the buildings that we built from scratch when the economic climate was better for that look just as good. Really, you can't even tell the difference, but maybe less expensive. And we're evaluating that process right now.
What you're hoping to have happen is that will be done prior to the 2021 budget. Is that, or 2020? What is?
Yeah, 21 is the one we're talking about. 2020 is the one where the funds are in it. And whether it's done before or not, if it doesn't get done by June 30th, for a number of reasons, perhaps one reason could be perhaps a prefab building is still too expensive. Another reason could be perhaps in this environment, we can't get the prefab building before June 30th. The third option could be with the marketplace having been cut back significantly because of the coronavirus, it might not just be available. And so what my point behind saying that is if we get to June 30th and we don't have a restroom purchased, procured, or paid for, doesn't mean that we can't take those funds and put them aside for the restroom. And you would essentially do a budget amendment where you would bring the revenue in and have the expenditure go out. So it not appearing in the FY21 recommended budget was in no way to imply that it wasn't going to, get done. It's already in another fiscal year. So you would handle that through another budgetary process later on if we did not do the expenditure in FY20.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Harris, I think what I'm hearing you say, you feel good about it. We need to move forward with the Campbell project too, but you feel good about it. Is that what I heard you say? Okay.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Those are my joint comments.
Okay. All right, Adam, I think you got your thoughts there.
Okay. Telling everybody else to do their mics and can't remember mine. So additional investment, wait a minute, let me get back a slide. I'm 2 slides up here. Every year we also look at fee change recommendations. In the last 3 years, we've done an awful lot of revamping of our fee schedule. And so there's not really a whole lot to do at this point that's not in line with our peers and not in line with our revenue projections. But we are proposing to eliminate a fee that we added last year that in reflection just did not make sense, which was a special event application fee of $25. Turns out that was probably not the best solution moving forward. And so I'm proposing to eliminate that $25 fee from the fee schedule. We do from time to time get a request for a street name change. And when we do that, there is a cost associated with that when the request is of us, not of our own doing, but somebody requesting to change a street name. And so in that case, we would recommend a fee of $200. And then for Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, a uniform reorder fee. This is already in place. We're proposing to increase it from $10 to $15, and an all-star uniform fee to increase it from $30 to $45. This is essentially just to offset the cost of those.
These are private streets. These are not public streets. You're talking about streets, somebody wanting to change a name. Well,
Let me get, I think is it Pam or Tracy who,
if it's a public street, it's going to affect everybody that lives on that
I
street.
understand. Pam, was it you or Tracy that had recommended this fee change? Somebody speak up, or was it Arthur?
Hold on. So that was me.
Okay.
Actually, it's a public street. This is a situation where there were the street in question, there's no other developments, but yes, it would have to have everyone on that street in agreement. And it is a process that has to go through Wake County, as well as it would have to be advertised. And that was one of the reasons why we set the fee there to cover the advertising and processing of it.
And this is not something that happens often, but from time to time, we do get a request. Is it from an HOA or is it from a developer? Pam?
The individuals, it has never happened when I've been here. There is a potential upcoming one. And it is an individual on a commercial street that there are no other developed lots on yet. So it seems like it would be a feasible change.
Well, in my opinion, we need to be very careful on making those types of changes without notifying everybody. You know, they have done certain things associated with their lots or with buildings they may have on these properties. And it may be a good thing to change it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's a carte blanche type thing that we do for $200. And that's my whole point. If we need to do it, then I'm okay with it, but I do not want to, I want the public to feel that we're interested in them, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
We
so
allow street name changes now already. Only thing we're discussing is whether we're going to charge for it or not. So that's all we're talking about. I'm fine charging $200 then.
this is a very rare occurrence, and there is a very detailed process that the county required to go through to get every single property owner's permission and things like that. So this would not, just invoking the fee would not make this an easy process in any manner. The problem is it is a process that would have to be advertised and go to a hearing. And because advertising has a cost involved, we would like an application fee to cover the costs involved with the processing. Again, this is a very rare occurrence, and there is a very complicated process to go through to make sure that all property owners are on board for this. So this, and by no means is streamlining the process or skipping people or anything. This is just, if it happens and we have a situation that may be coming up for it to happen, we would like it in place so we can cover the advertising and processing costs.
Yeah, I think that part is a good idea. The concerns I have are the public hearing takes place at our facility, if I'm not mistaken. I've been through several of them, and none of them came out good since I've been mayor. So I say this just to say that if it's something, a fee that you need to get that process started, but it may be that as against starting the process and failing, that you should have some dialogue with this board. That's my thought about it.
Yes, sir, and we would plan to do that.
Okay.
All right, so those are the only fee recommendations for next year's budget. So 2 last slides to recap the general fund FY21 budget. The first is, I want to just recap the additional investment to advance board priorities. Tax-based growth and the recommended rate of 39.5 cents will position the town to accomplish All of the items that were mentioned at the town board retreat as priorities in 21. 3 additional police officers. The town board put emphasis on public safety. So this allows 3 additional police officers to improve officer ratios. Deputy fire marshal to support fire prevention and education efforts, economic development projects, both retail, downtown, and business expansion, new community center and senior center design for the communities, and the community center redesign at South Park, Hilltop Needmore Town Park and Preserve Clubhouse renovation at a minimal cost. Yes, that is a minimal cost to bring building up to building code and meet ADA requirements required for public use, the downtown master planning and decorative 4-way stops, the greenway designs at Hidden Valley and Austin Ridge, and the library building renovations to get that space functioning and utilized here in our downtown per our plan. And so that 39.5 cents is a big component of that. And finally, in the FY21 budget, 1 penny on the tax rate will generate $464,883. So 1.5 cents generates $703,752. And that will allow the following items to be funded that were not reflected in the previous 5-year plan that you adopted. Those are those 3 additional police officers with police cruisers, $404,000. The deputy fire marshal with the vehicle tied to it, $89,000. Additional police vehicle in take-home program of $59,000. A police UTV to aid in Greenway patrol of $24,000. Public buildings custodian of $44,000, and a park maintenance worker with vehicle at $75,000. If we did not do the 1.5 cents, these items that were not previously adopted in the 5-year plan would not be able to be accomplished with a balanced budget plan that I've been able to achieve.
I mean, it's possible, well, of course, anything's possible, but it's very likely, I think, that depending on what happens this year with revenues and hires and some of the other departments that we're delaying, if the numbers justify later not to hire, for instance, and you do it on some of the other departments that we discussed, of your 19 employees, correct? And so excluding 6 police and 6 fire, 12, so there's up to 7.
4 fire police. So there's 9 others.
I thought it was 6 total in the fire department also.
No, 4, 3 firefighters, deputy fire.
But 4 were requesting, 4 funded. That's what I was thinking about. Okay, so 10 out of the 19 between fire and police are done. And then, which this tax rate will go into effect on July 1. You delay hiring some of those others. It's possible that, well, that's not kind of, not say it's possible. What could happen is that those positions may or may not get funded. The tax rate will be in place, and you may offset some of those vacant positions and generate additional revenue from having that tax rate and be able to move money into general fund balance at the same time for future projects too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always possible that
because you're not going to hire those people, you're saying, unless the market dictates hire those next 9 positions.
Well, we would not hire those positions, some of those positions, if the revenue stream in the first quarter or 2 quarters was not looking positive. If that were to occur, the shrinking of revenue would be offset by the not spending the expenditure, right? So the property tax rate generated would still go to offset other expenditures throughout the budget plan.
And so somewhat would become a, I don't mean to turn revenue neutral like we're talking about tax rates, but somewhat would neutralize each other out is what I'm saying. Your revenue that was generated, but then because a new revenue from a tax rate here would offset the less money that came in overall on this side. And then also by not hiring those positions should hopefully somewhat be a conservative number and help to be able to keep this budget in balance versus having to take more money out of fund balance later in the year or end of the year. That's what I'm trying to say.
That is quite possible. Yes, sir.
I think that's a good way to say it. I do. I think that's a good way to say it.
Thing with this tax rate on a revenue, we have to compare revenue neutral on what we're doing this year. If anything, we're trying to set the town Fuquay-Varina and the citizens in a strong financial position also, because we're anticipating there could be lower revenues. So therefore we got to, which does make it tougher for somebody in their purse to be able to pay any additional money at that time. But we've got to look out for what's best for the overall town. That's my points to the board thinking about that.
Scott, you got me on a. Okay, can y'all hear me? You all can hear me? Okay. Yeah, so we are, yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. When we come back, we will finish the FY21 budget with the enterprise fund and then get into the 5-year plan. But I think this is a good breaking point.
We're going to take a break now, and we'll return probably in the next 45 minutes or so. Thank you very much.
Okay, audio check, Mayor.
1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have the thing on, Scott. You gonna put it on?
You give me audio check.
Testing, testing, testing.
Marilyn, can you please give me another sound check?
Testing, testing.
Call our meeting back in session. This whole sound don't work anymore. I don't know if that's the only thing. I can unplug them, if that helps. I muted the mic.
Oh.
I was coming over that direction.
Do we need this one next?
I'll figure out something about it. There we go. Okay, we're going to call our session back in order, and I'll turn it over to Town Manager Mitchell to start our second chapter here.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Board members, we are going to now move forward in our FY21 budget and review the enterprise fund. The enterprise fund revenues are projected to be $19,213,524. Let me get back to my screen here, excuse me. That comprises of water sales of $6.6 million, sewer sales of $6.7 million, interest earnings, penalties, leases, permits, and rate increases of $997,765, and then transfers from system development fees of $4,825,000. And those transfers are passed through in the enterprise fund and then go back out to capital project funds. On the expenditure side, we do have a balanced budget. Water operations comprises of $4.5 million, sewer operations of just over $4 million, utility billing and collections at $465,000, debt service and major maintenance projects are at $4.7 million, and transfer to Capital Projects Fund 59 and Water and Sewer Projects Fund 60 going out of the enterprise fund of 5.3, almost $5.4 million. So just to spend a little bit of time talking about the fee structure. If we keep our fee structure like it is now, there is a recommended increase of 10 cents per month in the water base rate, 26 cents per 1,000 gallons in the water variable rate, 14 cents per month in the sewer base rate, and 20 cents per 1,000 gallons in the sewer variable rate or consumption rate, usage rate. Water and sewer residential system development fees are not projected to change. This rate increase reflects the recommended rate plan that was approved in 2016 by the town board, and as well as increases from wholesale suppliers. So this is consistent with the previous rate plan. I do want to talk to the board for a moment about our rate structure. Presently, our rate structure is a flat base rate for all customers and a flat consumption rate or variable rate for all customers. And what that means, for example, is a person in a residential household pays the same and uses 5,000 gallons, for example, pays the same rate as an apartment complex that has one single master meter. But you know, that master meter is divided up against many, many dwelling units, sometimes 24 or 36. And so there's a little bit of a flaw in our rate structure. And this is not uncommon in communities that are really probably 15,000 in population or less. But as you become a larger community and you're beginning to see more types of customers and more utilization in your system, we tend to see that in the marketplace, the rate structure is a little bit different. And what you tend to see is a tiered base rate structure. And so the larger the meter size, the more the base rate is. And so what we've put together for you here is the current rate structure and the alternative rate structure based on meter size. So it starts with 3/4 inch meter all the way down to 6-inch meter. And we give what a typical user would be in those categories. So a 3/4 inch meter would be a small retail or maybe even a residential. Typically uses 5,000 gallons per month. A 1-inch meter would be a retail business that uses 15,000 gallons per month. A 1.5-inch meter would be a restaurant that perhaps uses 30,000 gallons per month. Under a 2-inch meter, we're talking about apartment buildings, hotels, and car washes that use 40,000 gallons per month. Under a 3-inch meter, you're looking at more like a school or an industry that uses in the neighborhood of 90,000 gallons per month. A 4-inch meter would be a larger industry, and a 6-inch meter would be like a college. And so what these two tables reflect are what the combined utility bill would be based on the typical monthly utilization, 5,000 all the way to 210,000 gallons. And so under our current rate structure, a 5,000 gallon user would pay about $82.67. Under a tiered rate structure, they would pay a little less. But you can see as your meter size goes up, you would pay a little bit more under a tiered rate structure than you are currently paying under our current rate structure. And that is what we are seeing many of our peers going to. And we've got a slide that sort of shows that on the next slide. And so here we've looked at the town of Fuquay-Varina as a tiered base rate. We've looked at Raleigh Water as a pure comparison. We've looked at Cary Morrisville, and remember, Raleigh Water is more than just this town of Raleigh. This includes Wake Forest, Rollsville, Garner, and Knightdale. And they have both a tiered base rate and a tiered consumptive rate. That is not what I'm proposing for us to go to. I'm proposing that we potentially think about going to a tiered base rate and a flat consumptive rate. In Raleigh and the other communities that Raleigh serves, their customers have a tiered base rate. The larger the meter, the more you pay, and they have a inclining rate structure for utilization. The more water you use, the higher the rate you pay. And so that's in Raleigh, Rollsville, Wake Forest, Garner, and Knightdale. Raleigh.
The higher the rate.
That's right. So they
Discourage water use.
exactly.
But we make money off of it.
It encourages water conservation. Yeah, mute me when I'm talking. Mute them when I'm talking. So it encourages water conservation. All right. Cary and Morrisville have a tiered, same thing, a tiered base rate and a tiered consumptive rate. Holly Springs has a flat base rate, which is what we have right now, but they have a tiered consumptive rate. And Wendell, Zebulon are also Raleigh water customers, but they have a flat base rate and tiered consumptive rate. So they absorb some of the, they subsidize some of the cost. And as a comparison, you can see what a customer would pay in Fuquay-Varina under a Fuquay-Varina tiered base rate and flat consumptive rate or utilization rate. So for a household in Fuquay-Varina, they would pay $80.68 or a small retail business. And Raleigh customers would pay $71.66 under their current rate structure. Cary Morrisville, $87.04, Apex, $90, and Holly Springs, $70.62. Give me 1 second, I'll switch. For the smaller customer, that's right. So just as an additional comparison here, town of Fuquay-Varina user rate increases. So if we just put the rate increase that we are planning to do with our rate plan, everybody would pay $10.33 as a base rate on water, and everybody would pay $14.34 as a base rate on sewer. Under the tiered base rate, the smaller customers would pay $10.23, then $17.08, $34, and so on, based on their meter size, and an inclining rate structure on sewer based on their meter size. But the consumptive rate would stay flat and would go down to $5.17 per 1,000 gallons and $6.08 per 1,000 gallons. That's to everybody. And so the important thing to note here is whether it's on the left side, which is our current rate structure, or the right side, which is the optional tiered rate structure, they both would generate essentially the same amount of revenue for the enterprise fund. So it really comes down to which rate structure makes the most sense, which one is more in line with peers and benchmarks, and which one is perhaps more fair for a residential user that isn't using a lot of water utilization. And what we've concluded is the tiered base rate seems to check those boxes. So here you have another peer comparison, just in a different chart category. We kind of went over these numbers here, but this kind of shows you our two rate options versus everybody else. And so you see for a 5,000 user under our current rate plan, they would be paying $82.67 combined. Under the tiered plan, they would be paying $80.68. And you can see how that would stack up against our peers. We'd be sort of right in the middle. And we generally are about right in the middle in all of the categories as you go down the chart with the tiered base rate structure.
Where does Holly Springs come to the $70? Is it on the water, is it on the sewer?
Those are combined, water and sewer.
I understand. But what is the water rate? What is the sewer rate?
Did I not show that previous slide here? So for the rate itself, I don't, is baked into this calculation, Mayor, so I couldn't tell you the exact rate.
Water bill is the same as our, roughly.
That's right. So their sewer rate is less expensive than ours.
What causes ours to be, because we just built
Debt
this
service.
plant? Debt service.
Mhm.
Okay. What we need to do is get more volume going through the plant.
That's right. That helps. So what I'm recommending to the board for the FY21 budget is to transition to a tiered base rate for FY21 and beyond. So base rate would be tiered based on your meter size. Consumptive rate or variable rate would be flat. Everybody pays the same utilization rate, but you pay more for the larger meter size because of the volume of water that would go through it.
And that's typically what we're seeing other communities do.
That's what you're seeing. Majority of the communities in Wake County do.
Our size too.
Our size and above. That's right.
Do you have an average consumption rate, just in general, for, it would be less than 5,000 gallons per month for, I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah,
everyone doesn't use that amount, but what about those who would use less than that amount? I understand they will pay the base price, and to them, it would be an increase in rate as opposed to.
Actually, if you go back and look at the slide that I have on the screen here, the water variable rate as proposed in our current rate plan would go to $5.43 for a residential user or for any user, and for sewer, $6.17. And it will actually go down under the tiered rate structure to $5.17 per thousand gallons and $6.08 per thousand gallons.
Okay. So it would decrease for those who may be using less than the 5,000 gallons, the base consumption amount.
Is the base consumption 5,000 or is it less than that?
Now, 5,000 is just an example of an average user in that 3/4 meter size range. That's just an example. The variable rate or consumptive rate would be the same for everybody. $5.17 per thousand gallons for water and $6.08 per thousand gallons for sewer. The only thing that would be different under a tiered base rate structure is you wouldn't have all 1033s and all 1434s. It would incline based on the meter size. Mm-hmm.
What is our base rate? Like Commissioner Harris was talking about, is it 2,500 gallons or?
Now the base rate, let me back up a couple slides so I can show you what it is currently. The base rate currently is $10.23 a month. And it would go to $10.33 a month under our current rates. That's base rate. That's just to get the first drip of water out of your faucet. You pay $10.23 a month, whether you use a sip or not. No, this is everybody. Not since I've been here.
Yeah, we did. We changed it to board a little bit of what you did, where you had the you used to get some free gallons with your base hookup rate. We got rid of that to save money, and I'm fine with that too. But we did do that.
Yeah.
Jay saying there was a time. You're right. There was a time that we included 2,000 gallons in the base rate, but that was phased out years ago, is what he said.
This is, at the end of the day, this is a minimal change in the water bill for average user. So I mean, it's to me, I don't feel what you want to do. So I want to talk about it.
It really was a confusing thing for the average user because they were trying to back into it. They couldn't hardly ever do it. I couldn't hardly figure it out. So, yeah.
Now, the customers that have larger meter sizes, they're going to see an increase in their bill, but the reality of it is they have greater impact on the system. There's a greater maintenance cost. There's greater cost related to those type of customers, and it doesn't seem very logical or reasonable that a single senior citizen lady living by herself pays the same base rate as an industry.
Maybe see it an issue, but if we're trying to recruit one of these major manufacturing type facilities that everybody talks about, and they say, oh my gosh, that's your rate, which then we can address that with economic consent at that point.
Well, there's that, but alternatively, if it was going to be a tool in our toolbox, it would have already been a tool in our toolbox now. Once we change this rate structure, we're going to be on par with the same people in the region that are competing against us for that industrial customer. So it's not like they're going to be able to go to another community and find it any cheaper. That's right. Okay. All right, give me 1 second here so I can catch up with myself here. All right. So some capital projects that are in the FY21 enterprise fund. 1 million gallon elevated tank at Bass Lake Road. This is $2 million. It's being programmed in here. This is somewhere in the Bass Lake, Sunset Lake, Hilltop region. I don't know exactly where this thing is going to go yet, but we know that that is the high point of the community, and that will give us the greatest opportunity for water pressure and system improvement. And so that's where we've been planning for that water tank for probably the last 7 to 10 years. The 5 Points Waterline Loop. And by the way, all of these projects are projects that were discussed during our town board retreat back in February or January. Future water supply infrastructure. This is preliminary engineering. So as we look to increase our capacity by 6.5 million gallons per day, we're going to need to begin that process. And this puts $1 million towards that. Downtown water improvements, including a line size for development, is $450,000. Water line replacement designs, $400,000. Phase 2, we're getting ready to unroll phase 1. We just got final approval from Duke Energy on putting some technology on their poles so that we can finally implement phase 1 of our AMI metering system, where the customers can see real-time data on their smart devices. So this begins to program in phase 2 of that, picking up even more customers in our system. The 5 Points interceptor and pump station upgrade, and the downtown sewer improvements, $5,393,000 in capital projects. Any questions about capital projects? Okay. The enterprise fund debt schedule looks very similar to the general fund in terms of layout here. You've got water bonds refunded, and they will expire at the end of this coming fiscal year, FY21. So that will be about $380,000 that'll be freed up from debt service after next year. The 2010 bonds, the North Carolina Department of Environmental and Natural Resources loan on the sewer line to Harnett County, 2013 water installment purchase debt, the other half of the Public Service Center, and the Terrible Creek wastewater treatment plant. So you see some of our debt comes offline as early as 2021, and others go as long as 2042. Any questions about our debt schedule? If not, these are some notable water and sewer capital projects. Operations projects. We have new soft starters at the Johnston County Booster Pump Station, installing receptacles in the water department bay, new grinders at 3 pump stations, pumps for regional pump stations, migrating pump stations to our SCADA system, and inflow and infiltration minimization, and other miscellaneous maintenance that we just have as a contingency.
Flow infiltration mitigation, is that down in the older areas?
Typically, that's where you find it, but we have it, and you know, it's throughout the town. There are small areas that can use improvements, and so that's what these funds go through. There's no one specific spot. That's right. Capital equipment that's over $5,000 in this plan is the new water truck, the trench box, an enclosed utility trailer, an equipment trailer, an air compressor for pulling behind to job sites, new combo truck, a service camera, a UTV for sewer outfalls, and a utility truck with a crane for pump station improvements. That's the jet wash truck, the big truck that you've seen go through town. This is a new version of that truck. It's a big expense.
It's the 30,000. The new water truck.
That's just a work truck. Yep. It's in the water department, but it's just a work truck. Okay. There are some new personnel. We mentioned earlier 3 new personnel for this FY21 budget: a water resources technician, a utility line locator, and a senior utility system operator in the sewer department. These are positions that were identified. Some of these were identified in the 5-year plan. Two of the 3 were identified. Any questions about new personnel? All right, so then are there any questions that the board has? This is the enterprise fund in a snapshot.
That's right. All right, we're gonna move on to the 5-year.
Give us just one moment to switch over and we'll move over to the 5-year plan. Okay, so this is the general fund 5-year plan, FY21 to 25, capital equipment, capital projects, and personnel.
It's disconnected from the computer. No, it says on this one.
Next slide, please. Okay, so just as a reminder, the purpose of a 5-year plan is to align projected revenue and expenditures for the forecast period, analyze the needs of the town for the planning period. Don't repeat myself, right? Stagger projects to fit projected revenue, identify long-range budget shortfalls and attempt to avert them, identify funding for major projects and capital, and review annually and modify based on the economic climate and priorities. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of the general fund. I recognize I don't know what it looks like on the screen in front of you, the big screen, but I recognize it's a bit small, it's a lot of information, but I'll try to just capture some of it here. Again, FY21 is year one, and we've just gone over those. The total revenue for each of the 5 years is $43,080,000 in year one, $47,403,000 in year two, $51,668,000 in year three, which is year 23. $50,131,000 in year four, and $48,877,000 in year five. Some important things to note here are in blue. So we mentioned in the base year that there is a 3.5-cent property tax rate increase over revenue neutral that is proposed. 2 cents of it is related to the transportation bond projects, which generates about $936,000. $707 or $2,000, excuse me, is the other 1.5 cents that offsets those public safety items that we discussed earlier, as well as a few others. In year year three, there is another 3-cent property tax rate increase proposed in this 5-year plan, which is consistent with the previous 5-year plan that the board adopted, and that is strictly related to fire station number 4, the debt service and operations of fire station number 4. And then you will see in year 5 an additional 3-cent tax rate increase, and that is tied to a 5th fire station. Finally, you'll see some tax generated by some commercial retail development that we are anticipating. That's not a tax rate issue, that is tax generation off of that project. Any questions about the tax rate assumptions that are on this front page?
What kind of growth rate did you use for landlord taxes?
I'm going to get to that in the next slide.
The 5th fire station is the one we've talked about, is up on the northern.
No, we have talked about that. That is really the 6th fire station.
Okay.
The 5th fire station we're looking at on the southern end of town, near where, kind of in the Highway 55, Purfoy Road area, where we've got the Del Webb project being developed, or a lot of residential development occurring down that area.
That's pretty close to Harney County.
It's in Wake County, but it's not far from Harney County.
Yeah.
It's in our fire service district.
Do we go into Harney County now?
As a mutual aid.
But we don't really.
We don't have fire service in Harney County.
All right.
Next slide, please. All right, so Mayor Pro Tem, some revenue fund, general fund revenue assumptions. Wake County tax reevaluation generated an additional 19.8% growth in tax value. We mentioned this earlier. $775 million was from the reevaluation, and $258 million was from normal growth, generating a revenue neutral tax rate of 36 cents for the FY21 budget. The tax base growth is projected at $220 million annually for years 2 through 5. So 258 is what we experienced last year. We are pacing in that same general area. 220 is what we're projecting. The last 5 years, we had average growth of $235 million in tax base. So we're a bit conservative here with $220 million. Property tax rate adjustment, again, of 2 cents implemented in year 1 is to offset debt service increase from transportation projects. And you see a little badge there that says
This was in our previous 5-year plan. That's not a change. An additional tax rate adjustment of 1.5 cents is recommended in year 1 for additional needs in public safety due to growth in call volume. A property tax rate adjustment of 3 cents implemented in year 3 to offset debt service and operating expense for fire station number 4. That also was in the 5-year plan. Next slide. Property tax rate adjustment of 2.5 cents is recommended in year 4 to offset the debt service and operating expense of the Community Center North and Senior Center. And this is proposed to be tied to a general obligation bond referendum. If we are going to do a community center or senior center and potentially some other park improvements in town, this is going to be a pretty sizable expenditure and one that you would typically see a GO bond referendum tied to. In order to take advantage of our AAA bond rating and the best rates. Well, it's not necessary to do a bond referendum, but if you want to take advantage of the best rates in the marketplace, that would be the avenue to go down to do that.
What year does the money come off of the community center?
26.
So
That's only about $100,000.
Yeah, but still, it's substantial. And you're talking about 200,000 or 300,000. You cover about 1/3 of it.
In debt service?
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a future slide. I don't know off the top of my head. We'll get to it. On that question, we'll get to it.
Yeah. But my point is that you're gonna have 100 coming back at some point.
And
26.
it would be about, it'd be about $600,000.
600,000.
That's right.
Wow. So we just delayed it out there toward that time that debt comes off, then it would not necessarily take a tax increase.
They take less of a tax increase. $100,000 is not going to offset that.
Oh, there's the 600,000.
That's the new debt.
That's the new debt.
The old debt's 100,000.
But it,
Now, if growth exceeds our conservative projections, that's going to have an impact.
I think we'll put a bond out there. For this kind of big project, we need to pull it solidified.
All right, let's find my place here back home. Okay, so the property tax rate adjustment of 3 cents, again, is implemented in year 5 to offset the debt service and operating expense for opening of fire station number 5. So those first 2 bullet points are items that were not in any previous 5-year plan adopted by this board. Additional tax base is added in year 2 for an expected commercial and retail project that we did identify on the revenue sheet shown earlier. And sales and use tax grows by 3.5 cents annually for years 3 through 5, with the expectation of sales tax revenues returning to a more normal level in year 2, FY22. Hopefully by FY22, we're got those that are smarter than I have got the coronavirus under control, and we're seeing some levelization back to normal. Other revenue assumptions include other taxes and unrestricted intergovernmental revenues growing by 2% annually for years 2 through 5. Unrestricted intergovernmental revenue usually grows by 9% on average in the last 5 years, so 2% is fairly conservative. Fire district revenues reflect 4% growth in years 2 through 5 and additional cost share funding in years 3 and 5 for the additional fire departments coming online. Remember, I said that right now Wake County is moving towards a position where they're going to participate in the cost of fire stations and the cost to operate those stations. PAL bill revenue is assumed at $730,000 each year for years 1 through 3 and $750,000 in years 4 through 5. PAL bill grows as your system grows. So your revenue increases as more roads are put onto the system and as your population grows. It's a formula that takes into consideration miles of road and population. So it's natural to expect an increase in later years.
that's a little bit, is that a better formula than it used to be?
It's the same formula.
Same formula, okay.
And permits and fees are projected to grow by 4% annually for years 2 through 5.
That's pretty conservative.
Next slide.
What did your fees grow this year?
So on average, over the course of 5 years, they grow by 9%, but some years have been real high and some years have been real low.
But you're real conservative on that.
We are. We're conservative throughout the 5-year plan.
Okay.
I would much rather be conservative in our planning and outperform and be able to add on than have to pull back. Let's see. Next slide, please. Nope, just did that slide. Here you go. Sales and services are projected to grow by 5% annually for years 2 through 5. We do have $1.5 million in loan proceeds in year 1 for the ladder truck we mentioned earlier, and that was part of our previous 5-year plan. $5.4 million in loan proceeds are borrowed in year 2 for fire station number 4, and the debt service comes online in year 3. And that also was in the previous 5-year plan. And then $3.5 million in loan and bond proceeds are reflected in year 2 for public infrastructure supporting commercial and retail development, and the debt service for that starts in year 3, and that also was in our previously adopted 5-year plan. Next slide. One second here. Okay. $3 million in loan proceeds are reflected in year 3 for public infrastructure supporting commercial and retail development. Again, this is previously found in our 5-year plan that was adopted last year. Transfers from recreation, debt, and vehicle reserves are based on eligible projects each year. $100,000 to $200,000, depending on the year, of POW bill reserves is appropriated in years 2 through 5 based on projects. Again, found in the previous 5-year plan. And $4 million in general fund balance is appropriated in year 1. This is to offset costs related to the mixed-use project, public participation, business economic incentives that we expect, and the public infrastructure supporting commercial and retail development. Also, part of our previous 5-year plan. Next slide. And so these are our general fund expenditures broken down by year. Again, year 21, the first year column is the base year, $43,080,000. Year 2 at 47, and so forth and so on. The important thing is the last line shows a balanced 5-year plan.
That's the important thing.
Revenues meet our expenditures. Some important things to draw out here, those items that are in blue or purplish color. The first one is our debt currently, what it is, $3.1 million, and then carry forward. And then new debt coming online in year 2 for the ladder truck and for our 2022 limited obligation bonds for public infrastructure supporting commercial retail development. In year 3, which is fiscal year 23, we've got an additional debt coming online for fire station number 4. And then in year 4, we've got the debt coming online for the Community Center North Senior Center, and then fire station number 5 debt coming online in the 5th year.
Is that ladder truck you just did for 5 years?
5 years.
That's fine. I like that.
Okay, next slide. So the assumptions on the expenditure side, departmental expenses grow at 4% each year for years 2 through 5. The expenditures assumes compensation for employees grows an average of 4.5% annually. This is a market adjustment and performance compensation. Same as in our previous 5-year plan. $550,000 to $650,000, depending on the year, is appropriated annually for POW bill, town street resurfacing, and eligible expenses in years 2 through 5 and an additional $300,000 for pedestrian projects. Again, consistent with our previously adopted 5-year plan. And then new debt for the ladder truck, fire station number 4, the community center north and senior center, public infrastructure to support commercial retail development, and fire station number 5, again, taking effect in various years. Next slide. Switch it back to my mic.
Yes.
Okay. 295,000 is transferred to debt reserve fund balance in year 1. And this is the vehicle fee that is above and beyond what we had originally had and that the town board said they wanted to set aside. In year 2, we are actually going to set aside in this plan, $720,597,000 in our debt reserve fund balance. This is 295 for the vehicle fee, and we are projected to have a surplus that year of about $425,000. In year 3, we are going to transfer $295,000 for the vehicle fee. In year 4, $295,000, and in year 5, $295,000. We are also going to be transferring money from the debt reserve fund to the general fund in year 3, year 4, and in year 5. In those 3 years, we are projecting a deficit, okay? So year to year, the budgets are not balanced, but over the course of the 5 years, the 5-year plan is balanced. In fact, it actually has a little bit of a surplus. So in year 3, we're going to take $158,000 out of the debt reserve fund and bring it into the general fund to balance it. We're going to do $43,000 in year 4, and we're going to do $157,000 in year 5. But remember, in year 2, we put $425,000 in. So the last bullet point says the 5-year plan is balanced over the forecasted period with overages in year 2 to offset appropriations or deficits in years 3 through 5 with a remaining surplus at the end of the day of $66,000. Any questions? Yes, sir. Next slide. So general fund priorities, these include all the top priorities that were identified by the town board at our 2020 strategic planning retreat. This is the public infrastructure to support commercial and retail development in years 1 through 3. This is the additional public safety personnel in year 1, the Hilltop Newmore Town Park and Preserve Clubhouse renovation in year 1, the Hidden Valley Greenway design in year 1, the Austin Ridge Greenway design in year 1, the former library rehabilitation project in year 1, fire station number 4 in year 2, industrial client expansion support in year 2, community center north and senior center in year 3, and a fire station number 5 in year 5. Next slide. And so just some summaries in terms of capital equipment, capital projects, and personnel over the 5 years. Those 3 areas comprise of almost $11 million in fiscal year 21, which is year 1 of our 5-year plan, our base year. They go to $11.4 million in year 2, $13.6 million in year 3, $8.4 million in year 4, and $4.5 million in year 5. So the capital projects begin to wane off in years 4 through 5. Next slide. And next slide. And so our capital equipment. This is a summary of total capital equipment in each of the years per department. So you can see here under this table which departments are having capital equipment programmed for them in each of the 5 years. We're going to go in detail to what that is. Next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. We went over all of these items in our last presentation of the FY21 budget. They're there for reference in case you want to see them in the future. Next slide. This is year 2. Here we have in the IT department, a work van replacements, desk and laptop replacements. In engineering, a construction inspector truck. In planning, a replacement vehicle. In police, we've got replacement vehicles, replacement tasers, new position vehicles, replacement mobile radios, replacement portable radios, and body cameras. In Parks and Recreation, we have a tractor and a treadmill. In fire department, we have Battalion 1 truck replacement, defibrillator replacements ×8, and self-contained breathing apparatus replacements. In the Arts Center, we have moving lights, and in the inspections department, a new position vehicle, $755,000 total. Next slide. I'm going to go through these. If you want me to stop, just say stop. Year 3, we have a new position vehicle and inspections, vehicle replacement, vehicles in the police department ×3, replacement tasers ×3, new position vehicle ×3, replacement mobile radios, replacement portable radios, and body cameras. Public Works, we have pickup replacement ×2 in the Public Works department, tandem dump truck replacement, a bucket truck replacement, a new Holland tractor purchase, salt and sand spreader, garbage packer using reserves money, snow plow, and a leaf vac replacement. That's right, just to go in front of it. And then a leaf vac replacement in our debris department. Parks and Recreation, we have the sprayer for the gator. We have an aerovator, a treadmill, a Q-track mower, and a 72-inch mower, large mower. Defibrillator replacements ×3 in the fire department, a new deputy fire marshal vehicle, a small van for the Arts Center, and document scanning and desktop laptop replacements for the IT department. Next slide, please. Got it? Good. Planning department replacement vehicle in year 4, new inspector vehicle in year 4, staff vehicle for the engineering department, vehicle replacements, taser replacements, new position vehicles, replacement mobile radios, replacement portable radios, and body cameras in police department, cargo van in the public buildings department, 72-inch mower and John Deere tractor and replacement work truck in the Parks and Recreation department, self-contained breathing apparatuses, extrication equipment, and an engine 1 replacement in the fire department, desktop workstation replacement, half of those, and laptop replacements, half within our organization in the IT department, and then a pickup replacement, salt and sand spreader, a John Deere tractor, Z-Track mower, public pickup replacements for sanitation department, and a pack rat mechanism in the sanitation department. We got hogs, we got goats, we got rats. Next slide. Year 5, replacement, new vehicles and inspections, desktop, laptop, workstation replacement, and upgrading of our virtualization servers in the IT department. More or less the same in the police department as years prior. A skid steer, Ford F-250, 72-inch mower, and a Q-track mower in our Parks and Rec department. A RIT pack defibrillator replacements, new engine station number 5 for our fire department, and a pickup replacement, street sweeper, snow plow, rear flail mower ×2, 25 cubic yard garbage packer replacement, and a leaf vac replacement debris. I believe year 5 is when we are going to be adding on our new, year 4 or 5 is when we're adding on our new route. Any questions about capital equipment?
That we were talking about earlier. On tractor, correct?
Correct.
All right. On police and fire, talking about Station 5 comes online in this year, 24-25. Which then you'll have personnel, lose personnel for that at the same time. But I would also say our police and fire numbers are facing a lot of growth on current projections that we're going to continue these growth trends. And continue these growth trends, your police and fire numbers are going to not get that. In my mind, doesn't get those ratios any better. So we keep them right there where we're kind of treading forward. So we have to make sure every year we come back and subsidizing, and better than what we're doing this year, where we're subsidized some additional positions that were not in the 5-year plan. I think the 5-year plan ought to show a little bit more personnel in those 2 departments, so that it's planned on, and then each year we No, probably gonna subsidize also each year addition, but instead of, for instance, that example, so there doesn't show the number of firefighters, but it shows the number of.
We're just in capital equipment. We're not in personnel yet.
The capital equipment's got to have personnel. You can find new vehicles.
Right, but it doesn't work the same way for the fire department necessarily.
Okay, so you should fire personnel on the separate one, okay.
Correct.
Any other questions? Madam?
All right, let's move past capital equipment and move this time on to capital projects. We'll get to personnel at the end, Mayor Pro Tem. Move on to the next slide, please. So capital projects, again, I'm not going to go on these in detail. This is year one. We went over these earlier with our fiscal year 21 budget. They're here for you to review again. The only difference with these is you notice there are some bold lines at the end of each kind of section. That tells you what those projects are how those projects are being paid for. So the first 8 or 10 projects are being paid for out of rec unit fees, $2 million worth. And then $300,000 out of PAL bill for those pedestrian projects. And then all of those other projects on the right-hand side are being paid for with general fund money. So this slide just gives you a general idea of how it's being paid for under this plan. Next slide. This is year two. $300,000 funded with PAL bill funds for pedestrian projects. $545,000 being funded with rec unit fees for the community center gym floor resurfacing, Action Park tennis courts, Musco lighting system, Carol Howard Johnson Environmental Park trail improvements, Carol Howard Environmental Park bridge replacement, Hilltop Newmore Town Park and Preserve master plan, and the Action Park dugouts. And then $8,945,000 are being funded with general fund dollars. This is station number 4 construction, and we're financing $5.4 million. So there's a revenue to offset. Station number 1, exhaust system and exterior painting. Station number 2, interior painting and parking lot resurfacing. Commercial retail project support through public infrastructure and police department roof replacement. This is replacing the roof at the new police department. That's not a part of the renovation project. Year 3,
How much was that replacement?
$45,000.
How much did you spend on the art center? I mean, not the art center, the whole library. That was.
Jonathan, are you still on? Do you remember what we spent at the former library?
That's okay. That's not a bad price. It's what I'm saying.
Jonathan, are you muted or are you? Okay. I'll try to get you a follow-up number on that.
Adam, I just got unmuted. Was a question the total cost for the library building?
The roof for the former library building. Mm-hmm.
It was about $21,000 for the library building.
21,000.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. All right, we're still working out this technology, trying to get it all tweaked out. So. Good, you're on the right side. So year 3, pedestrian projects, $300,000 again for PAL bill funds, $275,000 in rec unit funds for Action Park tennis court replacement, South Park track resurfacing, and Falcon Park dugout and score tower. And then another $10 million for general fund, supporting public infrastructure for a commercial retail project, $3 million offset by a loan. Commercial community center north, senior center construction, $6.5 million offset by presumably loans related or a bond sale. Community center South Park roof replacement, land use plan update, station number 2 exhaust system and exterior painting, station number 1 interior painting, fire station number 5 design, and fire station number 6 land purchase. Mayor, number 6 is what you were referencing up by 1010 Road and 540. That's correct. Wake County. Year 4, more pedestrian improvement projects from our pedestrian master plan. $5.3 million in general fund spending. Fire station number 5, which would be offset by a loan. Fire station number 1, parking lot ceiling. Transportation plan update. Space needs study for the police department phase 2. Hilltop Needmore extension completion study. And then community center HVAC replacement. And then for rec unit fees, Honeycutt Park playground replacement and Carol Howard Johnson restroom, which that number may not be a good number. It may be a good number with a prefab building. We're trying to work that out. And then in year 5, $300,000 for pedestrian improvements, $415,000 out of the general fund, fire station number 6 design, and town hall roof replacement. That's this building. And then additional investment in Hilltop Needmore Town Park and Preserve. And so presumably the master plan would inform some level of improvement to that. But until we know what that is, it's difficult to program a number in there. What we do know is we will have some rec unit fees in reserves that we could put towards that project, as well as I'm assuming it will be included as a part of the Community Center North Senior Center bond referendum. So there would be loan proceeds as well. Any questions about capital projects for years 1 through 5 before we move on? All right, next slide. Here's our personnel.
Man, that's good. I like that. Man.
Next slide. Okay, so here we have personnel divided by department over the course of those 5 years. And so you can see which department's getting what kind of personnel over those 5-year periods. So year 1, we don't really need to spend a lot of time on. This is the personnel we went over earlier, 6 police officers and so forth, so on. Year 2 has part-time support staff in the Art Center, parks maintenance workers and athletic program specialists in the Parks and Recreation Department, 4 police officers in year 2, 3 firefighters, a construction inspector, a building inspector, sanitation equipment operator, and sanitation worker, 2 of them. Year 3 is part-time support staff, Parks and Recreation maintenance worker, and recreation superintendent in the Parks and Rec Department, 4 police officers, 9 firefighters, and this is the staffing of the fire department number 4. Building inspector.
We're hoping to get some help from the county.
That's right. The county did have said to us that they are planning to participate on both the capital for the construction of the station and cost to operate.
How much equipment, and you told for this fire station, when we staff it, so I always call it staffing because it's the shifts and how you have to rotate people by, and it's not, you don't add one employee, you add an employee for every shift because it comes in units of 3, I believe.
That's right.
So then how about trucks and equipment? What's do you plan on having to include that for a fire station too?
Okay, I'm going to probably ask Tony. Is he going to be, am I going to have to relay what he says?
I think I asked you that.
Tony, weigh in real quick on engines, pumps, those type of things, and I'll relay it to the board.
Basically, the basic standard equipment that takes up the station.
More or less, but we'll get a quick response for you. Is he unmuted? Tony, are you there?
I'm okay if you circle back on that answer, because it's mainly what I'll make sure that we plan for them.
All right, it's not gonna work long term.
Stuff and those types of things, and then what it
I don't hear
takes
him at
and
all.
how we continue to add to it.
Why can't we hear? I know we can't. Do we know why we can't?
Call him up on the telephone.
Hell, we don't need to do that. All right, I'll circle back.
But this is that example I was talking about earlier when we were talking about those, which now, so what you did later, equipment, so you have 9 firefighters open up the station, you have 4 police officers right here, so both these departments numbers. It would not surprise me, in my mind, I'm expecting to have to subsidize those departments with personnel, just like we're doing this year in the 5-year budget.
Well, we hope the county is going to help us. Like, the county is going to help us substantially.
I talk about personnel, though.
If we end up needing to do more personnel beyond what is in this 5-year plan, one of two things is going to need to occur. Either we are going to need to generate more revenue than what we're expecting to offset it, or we're going to have to cut somewhere to replace it with police officers. Because right now, there is no means to do it.
I do believe there are some other areas that everybody's got their own project. But there will be some areas I don't know how to cut that.
Yeah.
May or may not agree. So anyway, you mentioned that, but just circle back on the fire. Appreciate it.
I will say that the number of police officers and firefighters that are in this 5-year plan are the exact numbers that are being recommended by both the police chief and the fire chief as of right now. These numbers were not cut back by management. These numbers are reflective of the exact numbers that they have put into their 5-year plan.
Having a problem with getting more personnel to improve the ratios more.
Well,
Probably not, but you don't want to just overinflate either. You want to make sure it's the right.
But what you showed me earlier, compared to market comparison of other communities, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah. But that's important what you said, that they have made their recommendations, that they're professionals on that. And I respect
That's right.
their opinion.
yeah, and that part's important.
And they may come back next year and say, we said 4 in year 3, but things have changed and now we need 6 in year 3. And we're going to have that conversation next year when we update the 5-year plan.
This year originally planned was like 3 this year.
Yes.
They came and said they needed more, and you worked out 3 more, so we got 6 instead of 3 this year.
Correct.
That is correct.
So I mean, that's something we can look at population and crime rates and all each year, and if we have a bad run, then we have to do what we got to do.
Exactly. What you see in the 5-year plan is based on what the chiefs in both departments can predict that they need today, but there's a lot of variables that go into it. And, they may very well come back and say, 4 wasn't enough. Now we need 5. That's right. That's exactly right. And I will tell you that I think that police is a little bit off compared to what was recommended. I think what was recommended in many of these years in the 5-year plan was 3, and I went ahead and bumped it to 4 just in recognition that we went this. That's right. I want to make sure that the number is appropriate, not just playing the number game.
That's right. And all people, we always think about what current growth is happening that year, but these 2 departments is no different than sanitation and public works we talked about earlier. I mean, those departments have to grow and continue.
Metrics that are out there at 2.0 and
Yeah.
and we're getting there. We were not there a few years ago, and we're moving there. These are 10 additional, 10. Once we get the next group, so it'll be 6 and 4 would be 10. That's a pretty substantial move.
We're making a good move this year, and I appreciate what's being recommended this year. I would like to make those ratios quicker and exceed them. That's my 2 cents. Thank you, manager.
We try. Okay, we're ready to move forward. Turn it back over to Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it sounds better under this scenario. Just remember, if board members, if you're not, so Mayor, mute yours back, please. If you're not talking, please mute your mic. That way we don't have echoing in the sound quality. There we go. Okay, so I think we were on year 3 when we kind of stopped to talk about our personnel. And so, and we stopped at the firefighters ×9 for fire station number 4. And then we also have a building inspector, a planning technician, and a marketing communication specialist. This is a position that we spent quite a bit of time on, I think 2 years ago, that has been slowly trickling its way up in the 5-year plan. Next slide. And so in year 4, we've got support staff for the Arts Center, parks, and the Park and Recreation Department. We've got the Community Center and Senior Center Administrator. And so now we're proposing that facility is coming online, and we're beginning to staff that facility. A senior program specialist and a recreation program specialist. 4 police officers that year, but we also have 3 new telecommunicators, adding another line of redundancy in our telecommunications department. An engineering technician, a building inspector, a permit technician in inspections, a street maintenance worker, and a debris collection worker in public works. And in year 5, next slide, we've got the part-time support staff and the Arts Center, Community Center North Senior Center support specialist, Community Center North Senior Center custodian, police officers ×3 in that 5th year. But we're also looking to add a secondary evidence custodian and some administration support. System administrator in the IT department, 9 new firefighters in the fire department to staff up fire station number 5, a building inspector, and then a sanitation equipment operator and 2 sanitation workers in year 5. Any questions about the positions over the course of the 5 years?
Looks good to me.
Mayor, I have notated and heard the board's interest in continuing to evaluate public safety, both fire and police, as we're moving forward. All right, let's move on then to the next slide. Everybody please make sure, there we go, good. So transfers, these are transfers that are coming into the general fund from the various funds that we have to pay for different projects. So in year 1, won't spend a lot of time on those, but those are the monies coming in from Teen Day, the Youth Initiative Fund, from Community Center and Fleming Loop Debt Service, and that's coming directly from the Debt Service Fund, sanitation truck, recreation projects. In year 2, we've got again the funds that are coming directly to the Debt Service Fund from Rec Unit. That's for the Community Center and Fleming Loop transfer, and then recreation projects. Year 3, again, we've got that Community Center and Fleming Loop debt transfer. We've got another sanitation truck, and we've got recreation projects and debt reserves. You'll see those last 3 years in debt reserves, 158, 43, and 157. Those are the funds that are coming from the debt reserve fund to the general fund to balance those 3 years. What we saw earlier was the $425,000 going to the debt reserve fund for surplus in that year. So they offset each other, and we have a surplus of $66,000 at the end. Does everybody understand that? Year 2 a surplus, year 3, 4, and 5 a deficit, but collectively they offset each other with a $66,000 surplus. Next slide. So what is our forecast for our rec unit fees? If we were to do every project that we projected or proposed and paid for them with rec unit fees, what would rec unit fees look like at the end of 5 years? Well, the audited number at the end of fiscal year 19 was $1,896,477. In our current fiscal year, we're projecting to bring in $1,750,000 in revenue, and we're planning to spend $909,000 in expenditures. And that would bring our new balance at the end of this fiscal year to $2,736,000. Then we're projecting 1.2 million in revenue and 2.5 million going out in fiscal year 21. And then 1.3 million in revenue and 1 million going out in fiscal year 22. And then 1.1 million coming in and 734 going out in year 4, 724 coming in and year 3, 724 coming in and 658 going out in year 4, and 461 coming in and 438 going out in year 5. So at the end of 5 years, we should have generally, if our plan goes as we think it will, somewhere around $2.3 million in rec unit fees for future projects. For example, to help offset the debt or the borrowing at Community Center North and the Senior Center, or the improvements to Hilltop, Needmore Town Park and Preserve. These revenues reflect multifamily projects that we anticipate coming online based on what we know now. But even without those multifamily projects, we would still have a balance of $950,000 as our projections are showing. So in either scenario, I think we're going to be in good shape to do all of the projects that we've listed in this 5-year plan.
You headed in the right direction.
Okay, any questions? All right, next slide. So same thing, but this time PAL bill. All right, we showed a number of different projects in PAL bill funds. So how does that work? Well, right now we have a balance of an audited balance at the end of fiscal year 19 of $1,755,000. This year we're bringing in about 713, but we're spending out $1,599,000. A big part of that is the $638,000 that you just awarded for a resurfacing contract. So that will bring our balance down to $868,000. Next year we plan to bring in 730 and spend out 911. 730 in year 2 and 930 going out in year 2. Same thing, and you'll see in year 4 we start to back down to about $850,000 going out each of those 2 years. The reason being is we had a surplus of funds in the PAL bill reserves, and this board said about 3 years ago, we want to start appropriating about $300,000 a year for pedestrian improvements to mirror up with our pedestrian master plan until we spend down that reserve. And so that's what we have been doing. And you'll see once we get to about year 4, we're going to need to begin paring back our investment in pedestrian improvements. We're going to need to do a couple of things. We will have spent down fund balance, and so we'll need to return to annual expenditures with revenue received. Basically, what we bring in is kind of what we spend out. We might at that point need to update our pedestrian master plan, because that will have been 7 or 8 years of pedestrian projects that will have checked all the boxes in the pedestrian master plan. And if we decide after redoing a pedestrian master plan that we want to do some of those projects, we're going to have to identify new sources of revenue. PAL bill won't be enough to cover that. Does everybody understand that for PAL bill? Yes, sir. Okay. But the point here to make is we're going to have 4 or 5 years of aggressive capital project improvements coming from PAL bill funds. Next slide. Now here's the one you really probably want to know about. This is general fund unassigned fund balance. At the end of June 30th of 2019, we had an audited figure of $18,452,000 of unassigned fund balance. Okay. We estimate that we're going to be able to increase that by about $900,000 this fiscal year. So once we get to June 30th, we think we're going to be in a surplus of about $900,000. That'll bring our balance to about $19,352,000 of unassigned fund balance. We have already planned to spend $4 million of that. Okay, 3.5 million towards our offsetting of public infrastructure to support commercial and retail development, 250,000 towards a downtown mixed use project on Raleigh Street, and $250,000 for potential economic development incentive support of industry expansion. So that $4 million is accounted for. If you take that out of the play, you got $15 million. This 5-year plan shows no utilization of fund balance in years 2, 3, 4, or 5. What that means is that if we stick with the plan, we'll have 15 or more million dollars, because if revenues do better than expenditures on any one given year, that will fall back into fund balance, right? And so if all the plan goes as it is shown on these documents, we would have at least $15.3 million. What that gives us the flexibility to do is in future years, there are some tax increases tied to other loans related to public infrastructure to support commercial and retail development, tied to Community Center North and Senior Center, tied to some of the fire stations. We may be in a position where this board can say we're comfortable spending another $1.5 million, $2 million out of reserves versus borrowing that, which would help us to minimize our need for a property tax rate increase. So you have some flexibility is the point I'm trying to make here in years 2 through 5. And annually we'll evaluate that. And if we can, the goal is to minimize the property tax rate increase as much as we can while still meeting our needs. And if we're able to do that, then that's a good position to be in.
You've budgeted pretty conservatively as usual. So there's a good chance we could be running to surpluses during these coming years. And if that happens, that only adds to the value here.
I think you're exactly right, Mayor. The only curveball that I see right now is how the next 6 to 8 months go. Beyond that, I think you're exactly right. We've budgeted fairly conservatively, and there's opportunity for us to potentially add to our unassigned. Are you back muted, Mayor? Okay. Potentially add back to our unassigned fund balance, providing even greater flexibility for us. All right, next slide. And so this is going to kind of get to the crux of what you were asking about earlier, Mayor Pro Tem. So we have a debt reserve fund. In that debt reserve fund, we have a division of it, which is monies designated or allocated for that vehicle fees that we're bringing in, that $295,000. If you look at the right-hand column, at 6/30/20, the end of this fiscal year, we expect that balance to be $370,000. Then you'll see for the next 5 years, if we put $295,000, not if, when we put $295,000 in each year, if we didn't spend any of it, by year 5, we will have accumulated $1,845,000. So we can either wait till year 5 and have $1.8 million to use as a match for a big project, or we can identify smaller projects that we might start chipping away at these monies between years 2 and 5.
I would like to kind of have some kind of, and I think you mentioned earlier, you can work on that information back later, maybe the top, hey, if we hold our money till we have 1.5 to 1.8 million, then this is a project that we can do. And so that way it's kind of focused. So the public asks me, what are you doing vehicle fees? Well, in about 5 years, we're gonna have enough money and we think we're gonna be able to get a grant to do this type project. And this is what we really like to do. But at the same time, I like to have that review sheet that we talked about that says, hey, if you can do a project each year, this is the kind of type project that you can do, or every other year. So you have double the amount of money. I'm fine with that. And that way I can compare both those. But then I at least have an idea where it's going right now. I feel like it's just going into, bless you, it's just going into an account, which is fine for a rainy day fund, but I like to at least have an idea of what direction it's going. And that way us as a board can say, hey, yeah, we're looking forward to in 2 years, we're gonna go put a right-hand turn lane over there, or in 4 years, we're gonna go triple wide Main Street, whatever the project's gonna be. So that's it there. But thank you. That's good information because that fund's gonna grow pretty quickly right there. And also at the same time, it gives direction, and for any future board also can see what maybe the previous board had thought the direction of that stuff would go versus just seeing a big account and saying, oh, let's go spend it.
Very good. I understand exactly what you and the board are looking for in terms of information to be able to make future decisions with, and I'll work with our engineering department to try to bring back that information in short order. Additionally, on this, you will see the left-hand side, 883,000 is what we estimate our balance will be in the debt reserve fund, independent of the vehicle fees. And you can see in year 2, we're proposing that surplus of 425, and then the deficits in year 3, 4, and 5 will come out of this fund back to the general fund to balance those years. So you can see after 5 years under this plan, we're projecting to be around $950,000. And this money also is unassigned or undesignated money. It could be used for some purpose in the future. Right now, we don't have any purpose tied to it. It's sitting there as more or less a balancing account for us in the 5-year plan for years that we're projecting surpluses and deficits. Any questions about this chart in front of you? Okay. Next slide. And so some fund balance notation, rec unit fee appropriations reflect projects that are identified in the projects by year description and debt service required for financing Fleming Loop Park and the community center. PAL bill appropriations reflect $530,000 to $650,000 each year, depending on the year, for PAL bill street resurfacing and other eligible expenses like sidewalk repairs and things of that nature, and $300,000 in each of the 5 years for pedestrian plan improvements. The general fund balance appropriations reflect projects in the town's bond and financing plan. The debt service fund balance, again, reflects those budgeted surpluses and use of fund balance that's needed to balance the 5-year plan, and a portion of vehicle fees that are set aside annually for transportation projects. Next slide. Are there any questions about the general fund 5-year plan? We talked about capital projects. We talked about capital equipment. We talked about personnel. And what I think I heard as the two biggest takeaways were related to public safety personnel in the future, just keeping an eye on that, monitoring it, and evaluating whether that needs to change from year to year. Then I also heard to bring back information related to transportation projects and how we would use those vehicle fees. Any other questions or assignments for management to bring back to the board?
Adam, I think you've done a great job. And it's pretty clear to me that you've got a good plan for us going into the future. And that part is most important. Any questions by anyone else or any thoughts or ideas? We've talked about a lot of things here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I have just a comment. Yes, sir. I know I opened this meeting by bringing up the issue of the elimination of funding for other organizations. And I was made aware that that was a discussion at the board retreat. But I guess what brought all of that on is this environment that we're in now around a very stressful time in our town as well as in the country at large. And I think that in regards to that fund, to make a definite decision to eliminate it sort of hinders our flexibility to be able to provide support and assistance to those organizations who are in business for the public good or the best of the public interest, that we might not be able to provide assistance at some level if they came to us for a need. So I guess that's part of the request to reconsider eliminating totally any funding for those organizations, because it's in times like these that some of those organizations can really be of benefit to our community. And I just wanted to make that comment.
I think it's a good comment. the thing that we've tried to do in recent years, I know that we have put money in our budget and put things in place, kind of like the downtown association, where we have, hired a person to do this job, which we were funding several years ago. And so we've moved a little bit away from funding things in that way and trying to fund things more through departments. And I believe this was the goal of the board and of Adam, but it doesn't mean that we can't continue to look at and try to understand, the best alternatives we have.
Can we not evaluate it each year at the same time? If there ever is an organization that
the Angel Fund that was just done, Adam and I had talked about it, and there are certain things that the town cannot contribute to. We got legal advice, about that, and it actually takes, it keeps the town from doing what they're supposed to be associated with and doing. I mean, Adam, you might want to comment on that. And the Angel Fund was probably one of the best funds that in recent years happened here in Fuquay-Varina, without a doubt.
So, just to be clear on the direction and advice we've received from legal counsel. So, and the School of Government, not just legal counsel, but school government as well. So cities and towns in North Carolina are allowed to make loans to other nonprofit entities, but they're not allowed to give grants to entities that the cities and towns themselves do not have enabling legislation to do. And so, for example, we technically don't have enabling legislation to be building homes for active or inactive military personnel, like missions and military missions in action do. We don't necessarily have legislative authority to be providing social services type services for individuals in need, like Interact might be doing. That's a county legislative function, not a city and town legislative function. So some of these organizations that we've been granting money to, it's a little bit of an open question as to whether we even have legal authority to be doing that. Now, the Chamber of Commerce is different because the service they're providing is economic development activities for small business. We have enabling legislation to be able to do that ourselves. We just choose to support the Chamber of Commerce to do that as sort of the small business arm of our community. And so for that, they would qualify under that allowance for us to be able to provide a grant where we would not get what we're getting back in return as a service that we could technically do ourselves, that we're enabled by law to do ourselves. So part of this phasing out approach is to put ourselves in compliance with the letter of the law. Now, there are some that we are phasing out that we probably could continue to do if the board wanted to do that, like the Fuquay-Varina Emergency Food Pantry or the Arts Council, even though we have the Arts Center that we've been rededicating our funds and focus towards. And even the education grants, there's a category that falls into where we can kind of continue those if we wanted to continue those. But not everyone that's on this list that we are phasing out or were previously on a list that the town had funded in the past, as we are now being advised by legal counsel and the School of Government, should we necessarily be giving grants to versus loans. If we wanted to loan them money with an interest rate that was not competitive with the local marketplace, we could do that, but it would have to have certain terms and conditions tied to it. and it would have to be repaid. But most of these organizations aren't looking for a repayment option. They're looking for a grant non-repayment option. So I think depending on what it is that you want it to fund, we could potentially continue doing that on a case-by-case basis in the future. But a program like the one we've been utilizing and having set up does have a lot of open-ended questions of law that our legal counsel and the School of Government advised we probably want to clean up. And that's why this phased out approach has begun to occur. And so that's the genesis behind that.
Mayor Pro Tem Massengill, you had a comment.
In approach is agreements with what you said and what management said. If there was ever and most, I believe, and when we discussed this last time, we discussed this every year at budget about these, because originally we stopped doing the dog and pony show. Stopped doing the dog and pony show, going to law and finance. And then you started handling it, then brought it here, and then eventually the board came to a consensus on this type of plan. But at the same time, it's no different than any other pet project that somebody wants. Something can be added or changed in a budget at any year. So there's an organization that feels important that, I understand what you said earlier about legal justification, and I'm with you on that. But at the same time, it became something that needed to be done. The board could do that. It's not what you're recommending or legal counsel or anybody else doing, but I mean, that's how something else could be done.
I'm going to mute my mic. I think you are correct in what you're saying, but let me just kind of clean it up a little bit so that everybody is talking from the same sheet of music here. I think a program, an annual program where we have sort of this process of submitting applications and reviewing financial information just to turn around and say, no, you don't qualify, is probably not something we need to continue doing. However, if an organization in this community approaches the town or approaches you individually as a board member and says, we'd like to have some support because of X, Y, or Z, and the board feels strongly about that, then we can test it to see if it does qualify under our enabling legislation. And then if it does, then the town board can choose or not choose to fund that. So just because we are phasing out a long-standing program doesn't mean we can't continue to support our community. It just needs to make sense. It needs to be something that the board supports, and it needs to be something that we can check the legal box and say, this is something that we can legally do. And so I think that that's how you sort of handle it moving forward, is if there's something that you feel strongly about, or an organization that comes to you and says, we could use a helping hand for whatever the purpose is, we can discuss it. You can discuss it as a board. You can ask me to verify and validate that it meets the legal test. And if it does, then by all means, if the board wishes to do that, then you can do that.
You know, one
I think
example.
that's a better, I'm sorry, Matt, one last thing. I think that's a better process than having this sort of program out there that is bringing a spotlight to good and bad.
You know, having to say no, it's tough when you have to say no all the time. But my point is, we've got some good win stories on this new way. I think the cultural arts event that we had, while we weren't able to have it this year because of the coronavirus, but I think that was a huge success. And it was a new program that we did. And I think we were very successful at it.
Mayor Byrne, I'd like to speak a little bit on this subject.
Absolutely. Go right ahead, Commissioner Gardner.
I, like Commissioner Harris, remember some of the times that the funding that came from some of these annual the annual events, when we were receiving requests from community organizations and trying to come up every year. It was a little different. The process was a little different, but we helped these organizations do some really fine things. But on the other hand, I think I have been in favor of, well, certainly doing what is more to the letter of the law and what we should be doing and being aware of that. And it bothered me. I feel that if you're going to do that, you need some kind of standard which helps explain why one organization gets money and another doesn't, or why some of the organizations might have felt like it was open to them, and then others felt like it wasn't. They didn't know anything about it. They weren't told that, things like that. I feel if we were going to do anything like that, it would need to be standardized more than it was. And yet, I think it has been good for us to encourage our wonderful charitable nonprofit organizations we have in this town to try, and I think the goal is to become more self-sufficient rather than counting on a government entity to provide your stability. I think, you need to be out trying to, trying to figure out how to best fulfill your purpose, and and finding ways to sustain the efforts to do that. I think we want to really, as a community, not just as the town, encourage that. So those are things, in discussing this issue, that I think are important to the issue. The other thing I would like to say about this, well, not about this, but about where we are in these times that have been so strange and so unprecedented, and yet in these last few years, a word we've heard more and more and more is resiliency, and how we need to be planning on how to be more resilient when we come up against some unprecedented times. And when I was representing the town on Triangle J, we had started talking about this some, and for different communities, it was different. Some of them were having a lot of trouble with the storms we were having in the summertime. Others were having just water issues with their towns, with flooding and things that we saw when we were in New Bern, how that city had risen from the ashes almost from that dreadful situation with a hurricane a few years ago. So we were hearing it in those terms, but who would have thought a year ago that we would be where we are today and facing something that we've been facing these last months? So I think it would be, smart for us, when we come to town retreat this next time, we will have had not quite a year, but we will certainly have had a number of months going through something that has affected every single municipality in this country, for the most part, certainly in our state. I think it would be to our advantage to spend a little time talking about resiliency and what we've learned from it and what we might do different in the future.
I thank you, Marilyn, for that. And what I would say to you, I don't know if many of you got a chance to hear the governor today. This is going to be an ongoing thing. It's not going to be over with next month, or 2 months from now. It's going to be an ongoing process, and I hope that it will gradually, it's going to gradually get better. I don't think that we're going to wake up one day and it's all going to be gone. I wish it was, but I don't see that. Anybody else like to make any comments? Adam, do you have anything else for us?
Oh, yes, sir. We're on the
Okay, let's
5-year
keep
plan on the general fund. We still have the
Let's keep
5-year
moving.
enterprise fund.
Let's keep.
Okay. So then moving on to the enterprise fund 5-year plan, FY 21-25. The revenue picture looks like this. Total revenues, 19.2 million in year one, which we went over, and it goes to 22.2 million in year 5. Some of the important lines to notice here are Rate increases. Increase is not really the appropriate word to use anymore since the town board has said that you wanted to go to the tiered base rate structure. And so this should just say rate changes, revenue increase from rate structure change. So we'll make that change for the future presentation. But we're projecting 160,000 in water revenues, 223,000 in sewer revenues under the new rate structure. And then no plans again for a rate increase or a rate change until 2024, when we are expecting some wholesale supplier increases that we would need to pass on to our customers. Next slide. Growth is projected at 570 new accounts for water and 570 new accounts for sewer each year in years 1 through 5. That's pretty conservative since we're seeing in the 700 to 800 neighborhood presently. Water and sewer rate increases in year 1 are consistent with our 2016 rate plan, assuming that the town stays with the current rate structure. And we now know that we're going to change to the tiered base rate structure. Water and sewer rate increases in year 4 assume supplier increases of 3%. And this reflects no system development fee increases, which is inconsistent with our 2016 rate plan, but is consistent with our 2018 system development fee analysis. Next slide. So I'm not going to go over these next slides again because we spent time going over them in the FY21 budget. So we'll skip through these. These are exact same slides that looked at the comparison between the current rate structure and the tiered base rate structure. So let's move on to enterprise fund expenditures. Again, the big important picture here is to look at the bottom line, revenues under expenditures. It's a balanced budget, balanced 5-year plan. In this plan, you've got capital equipment, you've got water and sewer projects in Fund 61, Fund 59, and Fund 60. You got existing debt. Debt service right now is in year 1 will be $4 million or just over $4 million. And it proposes to decline to about $3.5 million by the time we get to year 5. Next slide. Expenses grow in this plan by 3 to 5% each year for years 2 through 5. Capital projects are consistent with preferred growth area acceleration plan and our 2020 town board retreat. And existing debt is reflective of the Terrible Creek wastewater treatment plant expansion project. Next slide. These are 5-year summaries for capital equipment, capital projects, and personnel for each of the 5 years. Collectively, these and maintenance projects as well. Collectively, these 4 areas total $6.8 million in year 1, which we already went over. $6.8 million in year 2, 7.5, 7.7, and 9.2. Next slide. Capital equipment. What we're looking at in year 1, which we've sort of gone over already, is new water truck, trench box, enclosed utility trailer, all the way down the list. Year 2, we're looking at a tractor for mowing and maintaining right of ways, a new dump truck in the sewer department, replacement utility bed trucks in the sewer department, and miscellaneous funds for capital that's unforeseen at the time. Year 3, is a water utility truck, replacement truck for the water supervisor, and replacement enclosed trailer, and again, some miscellaneous capital. Year 4 is a replacement mini excavator, a replacement mobile generator, and a new admin vehicle, and miscellaneous capital. And then year 5 is a new crane truck for pump station mechanics, and outfitting truck as well, and some miscellaneous capital.
To me, just looking at the capital equipment, you've got it loaded pretty much at the front end and not too much as you move throughout, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I don't know whether we didn't think about it too much or, those numbers will change maybe over time.
I don't think it has to do with not thinking about it too much. I think Jay has given some thought to it. I think what we've done is over the last 4 or 5 years, we have made a really concerted effort to get our capital and equipment into a good place. And that's allowed us over the future years to kind of spread out those costs versus lumping them up in all in one year. It's allowed us to spread out those costs and manage it a little bit better. So we've caught up is what we've done. We've gotten into a good place and now we're good. Like anything, we'll know as we move on. Okay, next slide. So capital projects, this is a detail by year. I really won't go into year one unless you want to go over it again. We've already done that one. Year two, for these capital projects, we're showing future water supply infrastructure engineering. For the next 5 years, we're going to be putting about $1 million a year towards the water capacity expansion. Eventually, there will be a revenue bond that will be reflective in the revenue side, and on the expenditure side, a large capital expenditure for that. But the next 5 years is of $1 million a year is going towards engineering, right-of-way acquisition, permitting, things of that nature.
These are expenses that we truly need to make, even though we're looking to other sources for water supply.
These are the expenditures related to the sources of water supply, future water supply that we are looking at. This is the engineering and design or towards our water capacity expansion with Sanford.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. I just noticed some of it was out there, Willow Springs area.
Just the top line in each year, the future water supply is related to Sanford. These other projects are capital improvement projects for expansion into areas that we're not presently serving.
Okay.
Okay. And so here you've got future water supply infrastructure engineering of $1 million, and then you've got the capacity itself, preliminary engineering and interbasin transfer study, another $1 million. So both millions, the first million and the second million in year two, are related to that capacity expansion project. Walter Myatt from NC 42 to Buck Rowland Road is a project that we identified for year two as a capital project expansion, water line replacements and water line oversizing. And then Middle Creek Interceptor from 401 to Lake Wheeler Road and the sewer line oversizing. So that first project, again, was one of the projects we discussed at our 5-year plan and has been in the 5-year plan for fiscal year 22. Next slide. Here we've got a number of different projects that we have planned to do. Kennebec from Willow Spring High School to Maud Stewart, Kennebec from Maud Stewart to Walter Myatt, Walter Myatt from Kennebec to Little Black Creek, Maud Stewart from Kennebec to Little Black Creek, Buck Rowland from Walter Myatt to Kennebec Road, Walter Myatt from Kennebec to Buck Rowland Road, future water supply infrastructure. That's another $1 million towards that project, Mayor, that you spoke of earlier. Water line replacements and water line oversizing. And then 401 sewer improvement along with 540 sewer relocation in FY19. Next slide. And then so in year 4, we've got Hilltop from Kennebec to Terrible Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant, NC 55 from Hidden Valley to Abundant Self-Storage, Old Powell Road from Wilburn to Southern Wake Academy, filling in the gaps, Judd Parkway, filling in the gaps, future water supply infrastructure, water line replacements, and water line oversizing. And some of this might get accomplished by development between now and those years. And then on the sewer side, Walter Myatt Pump Station and Force Main construction. Next slide. And then in year 5, Eddie Howard from Walter Myatt to Panther Lake, Piney Grove, Wilburn Road. These are all water projects. Piney Grove, Wilburn Loop from Fleming Road to Phelps West Road. Purchase the Harnett County Water District. This is finally the town making the purchase of all those water lines that were suspectly put into our service area. Judd Parkway, connecting the gaps. future water supply infrastructure, another $1 million, water line replacement and water line oversizing. And then Little Black Creek Interceptor on the sewer side, plus some sewer line oversizing. Any questions about our capital projects? I know this map is difficult to see. We can provide a larger, it's the same map we showed at retreat. And then we've got it broken into quadrants, top, left, and right. And so you can see these are some towards the northern end of our town, some of the projects, water lines in green or sewer lines that we're going to accomplish under this 5-year plan. Some of them are out even beyond 5 years.
And what I think that if we can keep in mind, especially maybe not year one, you don't hear me?
I hear you. I want to stop and keep moving. So
Year two, for instance, in our plan and going in there, I think that we will find on this type of infrastructure some more competitive bidding environment. When you look at all the projects at the state, which is DOT, which is transportation, is different, but still a lot of these big companies overlap in highway infrastructure and utility infrastructure at the same time. And we may have some good opportunities to be able to do some of these projects sooner. I understand. Hopefully development takes over some of it, but it's kind of talking on both sides of my mouth when I say I think development is going to be off a little bit of that, but it may give us a good opportunity for some of these projects to get them done less money than what we had previously had planned for. So if there's any opportunities that you can have plans on it where we could projects that are ready, and then we could be in a good environment to be able to get grants for them, I think we're going to find for a change, some of these contractors can be more reasonable on their prices.
I think you make a correct assessment there, and we're going to look to do that over the course of time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So you've got the more central and western quadrant of our town in this map here with various projects, but many of the ones I mentioned, go to the next slide, Scott, are sort of in our east-southeast area. You can see a lot of water line work and even some sewer force main work. And so a lot of our focus over the next 5-10 years is going to be out in this area, recently expanded ETJ area and beyond, to address future growth and development that's going to happen in this area. Any questions about the capital projects lined up for the next 5 years?
I think we're good.
Okay, Scott, move on to the next slide. We've got maintenance projects over the course of 5 years too. I won't hit this first slide because we already did it during the budget process. Proposed projects in year 2 include just general miscellaneous projects that we might have to undertake from year to year, inflow and infiltration projects in the sewer side, as well as miscellaneous projects in the sewer side. Same thing, we've got various miscellaneous maintenance projects that are planned in our system over the course of the next couple of years, and inflow and infiltration projects. And same thing in year 4 and 5. Again, this is maintenance of our system, trying to keep it in good shape, repairing older lines, slip lining those lines, replacing those lines if necessary, some of the old ductile iron or other infrastructure that might be failing with new, more modern PVC style piping. Looking at our personnel, keep going on, Scott. Personnel, we talked about year 1 being the utility system mechanic, utility line locator, and utility system mechanic on the sewer side. On the year 2, an assistant public utilities director. We're now to the size, community, and the investment in utility projects and the expansion of our system, where assistant director is a common position within an organization like ours. A wastewater treatment plant operator in year 3, a pump station mechanic, the first of 2 in year 4, and the second one on the new crew in year 5. Any question about personnel? If not, any questions about the enterprise fund 5-year plan?
I think we're good. Good job.
Okay. Well, I do want to just make sure I recognize Joanne Crabtree, our finance director. This is Joanne's first budget with the town. And since our new reorganization and Mark Matthews being supervising or being over the finance department, and Joanne coming on board as our new finance director, I tasked the two of them with carrying the heavy load on getting a lot of the detail and information for the budget process together. And I think they did a fantastic job throughout this process. Jim Seymour did a great job with the departments that he supervises and manages as well. All of our department heads did a wonderful job. We had some tough conversations during the budget process, all of which were done via Microsoft Teams. I never sat personally in the room with a single department head. I never sat personally in the room with the finance director. I never sat personally in the room with any of the two managers in preparing to present this recommended budget. This was entirely 100% done virtually and digitally because we have been practicing social distancing and we have been trying to minimize the risk of potentially spreading the virus or having it potentially risk any of our employees. And I do just want to go on record and say that I'm proud of the work our department heads did to help put together a great plan. And I really am proud of the work that Joanne particularly did. A little bit stressful for her. We were all getting used to how this new technology is working for us. For the first time ever, we did the entire budget process on our system, on our financial system. What you might not know, you guys don't always see how the sausage is made behind the scenes, but what you don't know is we had this financial system at our disposal. And for the first several years that I was here, really the first 5 years, this being year number 6, we didn't really take advantage of that system in the best way we could. I think there was just some concerns about reliability on it and working out the tweaks. And there were other ways to manage the budget preparation that provided greater control. But the system itself is a great tool if you know how to use it. And we sort of tasked our department directors to say, this is going to be painful in year 1, but once you get past it in year 1, you're going to feel great about it in year 2, year 3, and 4, and it's really going to help us out with managing our budget. So figure out a way to get the budget done using the financial system we have. I see Commissioner Smith back there. He knows how the old system worked when he was here, or the lack of.
You had to wait till I was gone before you started implementing it. I know that's what it was.
Well, to be honest with you, no offense, but I had to wait until several people were gone to start using the system. But this seemed like a good year to do it with Joanne coming on board, and I'm very proud of the work that she did. I know that there were stressful afternoons. She worked long hours, many afternoons. There were days that she was leaving this building last. And I was leaving pretty late due to working on other things. And I noticed that she was still here working on the budget, trying to get it teed up and get it right so that we could put a presentation together and so that I could share it and present it with this board this evening and with the public this evening. And we'll have a couple more iterations of this on May 4th with a few minor tweaks after tonight's meeting, and then hopefully a budget adoption on June 1st. But I couldn't be more proud of my team. They've done a great job, and I'm lucky to have them surrounding me.
Good job, Mark and Joanne, and everybody. This was I think, a seamless budget workshop. We covered an awful lot here tonight, and it kind of moved through very seamlessly. And a lot of it had to do with this town board, because it all started at our retreat. And I appreciate everybody input and helping make us a better town. And as they came back to our staff through management, we've been able to have a view for our future for another year and another 5 years. And Adam, we appreciate that. Any comments from the board?
I'd like to make one if I could. Being that I was there helping make the sausage for 11 years, writing the budget, for y'all to implement modernized software to do it virtually because of the COVID-19 and to do it with a new finance director. I'm extremely impressed that y'all were able to pull this together in such a cohesive, easy to understand manner. And I know you got a late start because the virus hit us and you had to take care of immediate day-to-day operations. So my hats are off to our entire department head staff, our new finance director, and you and your management staff. Because I've been there before, I know how long it takes to get it done, and y'all had time cut back because of the COVID-19 response. I'm extremely impressed, Adam, and I'll just say thank you to you and all of our department heads. I think y'all did a great job.
Thank you very much.
You got to give a few kudos to Scott over here and his team. This has been a much easier process than I imagined. Counting our board meeting, which was a couple days ago, and this meeting. I appreciate Scott's effort, and Scott, a lot of this stuff comes natural to him, but he enjoys it. He enjoys helping us, and I appreciate it very, very much because I need the help. Anybody else wish to make a comment?
The comment I'll make is that, as always with budget, it takes y'all a lot of time, and all the staff doing this, and just thank you also for your hard work. It's a long meeting today. It's a 6-hour meeting, and it started for y'all till 4 o'clock, and most of y'all come into work much earlier than 4 o'clock, and so it's been a very, very long day for all the staff, and not just y'all in the room, but all the staff that's listening and department heads too, and the time that's put into it. So thank you for your hard work, and hopefully staff's also pretty happy with the recommended budget too, and across the board everybody is, because a lot of good things in this budget, and thanks for the hard work.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to make a comment?
Mayor Byrne, I would just like to add my thanks to Adam and all of the staff for all the work they put into this. It's always impressive to me when you present this, because this is just an overwhelming piece of work. I think it's really incredible, but this year to have done it under these circumstances and with the information about projecting revenue changing every day in this situation, it's just so impressive. And we thank you for being there and for all you all do to get us where we are every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. Commissioner Harris, would you like to add a comment?
Yeah, just comment as well. I'm amazed at how well the budget was prepared and presented tonight amid all the uncertainty as far as the financial world and what it's going through. A lot of cities and towns are suffering, and I found out today in a league meeting, some cities may not make it through this crisis. And it's just good to know that we have strong fiscal planning, and this budget, it really addresses continued services at a level that I think we can all be proud of. I'd like to certainly thank the staff and everyone involved, and especially tonight, taking time to answer some of my questions. I really appreciate that. So I'd just like to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Wunsch.
Thank you, Mayor. I too would like to thank Adam and our staff for a phenomenal job preparing this budget, echoing what everybody's already said in light of what's going on in the world. And it's encouraging. It's very encouraging to see where we're at in spite of everything. And so I just wanted to say thank you very much for all you do and for all you do every day. And to end with a quote that was said shortly after I got elected some years ago: "The sun is shining bright in the town of Fuquay-Varina and continues to shine bright." A quote from our Mayor Pro Tem.
Adam, I think that concludes us. But again, just thank you and your team.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion. Got a motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're adjourned.